My name is Jan Porsmyr, and I'm representing the Institute for Energy Technology, and I will act as the chair for this first official workshop of the Norwegian Nuclear Association. The main purpose of this workshop is to gather input to the Norwegian Nuclear Association Action Plan, which aims to build a national nuclear proficiency collaboration between Norwegian, Nordic, European and international organizations. This event will feature several brief presentations offering a quick overview of nuclear trends, key nuclear expertise, imminent and future needs for Norway, important collaborations, opportunities related to these, and advice for the association actions. Central to the Norwegian Nuclear Association is the formal establishment of a nuclear network for members from the whole pentahelix. Therefore, we urge the participants to utilize the opportunity to expand the networks and actively engage in the dialogue with each other, with other attendees at this workshop. And as we are in the Halden City Hall, we also have the possibility for several meeting rooms if somebody wants to facilitate our parallel meetings with other attendees. Please inform the Secretariat. We will also have a hot lunch, and refreshments will be served for the people that are here physically. And we also invite you here to stay for an informal reception after the meeting in the afternoon. Some additional information. If there is a fire alarm or something, you should use the emergency exits marked by green. You can see here at our left side and in the other end. If any inquiry or any questions you would like to ask, you can contact Edwin, Reka, are you here? There you are. Or Nils Christian. And we will take it up and we will discuss it and we will help you with this. So, again, welcome to the workshop. Then, as an opening session, and the first session, I would like to introduce Fredrik Holm, the co-founder and the mayor of the Halden municipality. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is my immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to Halden. For those of you who have not been here before, I need to inform you, it's my duty as a mayor to tell you that you are now on historic ground in one of the most important towns in Norway. You must have seen the fortress overlooking the town of Halden, which is one of the most important historical sites in Norway, because this is where the Swedish expansionist King Charles XII was killed in a battle and marked the end of the absolute period, or the period of absolute monarchy tendencies in Sweden and more democratic movements all over Scandinavia. In Halden, we were so proud of our city and our country that we decided to burn down our entire town in order to chase the Swedes away the first time they attacked. And when they came back, we actually managed to kill the king. But this is old history and not that interesting for the purpose of this conference. But in addition to being an important geopolitical actor, Halden is also the cradle of industry in Norway. We utilized the hydropower from the river flowing through the city to make it big in timber trade and later on timber processing industries. So we are an historic industrial community, and we are still an important industrial community in Norway. But in addition to being a proud working class community, we have also been the home to many technological pioneers. As most of you probably are aware of, the Institute for Energy Technology started operating with a research reactor in 1958, and this also opened up the old industrial community of Halden to the world in a modern, forward-thinking technological spirit. We attracted a lot of top international competence to Halden, and we are still very proud of the history of IFE, our reactor, and has built up a strong nuclear tolerance, to use that phrase. And we want to build on both our historical tendencies, interest, and competences to use Halden as a hotbed for a new nuclear future in Norway. And I have very deliberately put a question mark behind the title because it is very uncertain whether we will succeed or not. But it is my hope, at least, that this workshop and also the following conference, the DigiDECOM, will be an important contributing factor to build a new nuclear future in Norway. As I mentioned, Norway was I didn't mention that, but Norway was actually the 6th country in the world that constructed a nuclear reactor. We constructed 2 reactors, one at Kjeller and also here in Halden, and was operated by IFE until it was shut down in 2018, when everyone thought that nuclear power was on the decline, with everything happening in Germany, across the world, everywhere. But with the closing of the reactor, we were stuck with the spent fuel and a national headache I doubt the pioneers that opened the reactor had considered in the post-war era. Fortunately, Norway has always had intrepid engineers and a political shrewdness which led us to discover and extract oil from the bottom of the North Sea and ensure that the lion's share of the revenue from the oil industry stayed in the hands of the Norwegian government and the Norwegian people. So it was very easy for us to establish a new national agency to deal with the nuclear waste issue. The agency is called Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning and will be with us today and also during the conference that will follow up throughout the week. And it was almost given that the NND would be seated in Halden. So now, in 2024, our medium-sized community or municipality is the host of a world-leading research institute and a government agency tasked with establishing procedures and protocol for decommissioning the research reactors. They will also organize and supervise the decommissioning and finally build and operate the new nuclear facility which will handle the waste on behalf of the Norwegian people. And our municipality has also stated an interest in hosting this waste facility here in Halden. They are also tasked with locating the site for such a facility. And due to our nuclear heritage and social acceptance, the municipality for Halden is a very strong contender for such a facility. We do, of course, need much more information and concrete plans. For example, we have not even decided whether we are looking for a deep geological repository or something else. We are working with the government to make these decisions as quickly as possible. All of our decisions regarding the nuclear future of Norway and Halden have been discussed in the town hall and the town council in this room. We have established a formal political elected decommissioning committee which serves as the formal forum for all questions regarding the NND. But the nuclear landscape internationally is evolving and changing rapidly. For years, Norway have been talking about moving away from fossil fuels. But seeing as our welfare state is built on petroleum, we have maybe not been too eager about it. It would be much more difficult to be a member of parliament in Norway if you suddenly had to make serious, tough prioritizations. And in 2022, as you all know, a new energy crisis hit us. And The hydropower, which has served us very well for decades, is not enough to ensure the low electricity prices the inhabitants and the industries in Norway have been accustomed to. We need to produce more electricity in Norway, and the question is, which sources should we draw on? Very quickly, energy became one of the hottest political topics in Norway. We need more power, but from where? There has been a big national initiative to construct onshore wind. The government and parliament were very eager, but the municipalities and the people living in the municipalities were not too keen on onshore wind in their nature and their municipalities. According to some, nuclear power would be the definite answer for the future power needs of Norway and the continent. And it's quite interesting, because if you go back only 5 years, a politician who would speak in favor for nuclear power would be politically dead. It was a non-topic. And now you are suddenly the most popular guy in school if you pick up the nuclear mantle. And sudden political converts have a tendency to become zealots. And one should generally be slightly apprehensive of zealots who preach the gospel and present simple solutions to complex questions. The national nuclear dialogue suddenly became very harsh. On one side, you had the people who were very pro-nuclear, almost ridicule serious critical questions from the people who were more apprehensive. And the ones who were against nuclear power would disregard all the serious, reasonable arguments put forward by the experts who try to showcase the possibilities that lies in nuclear energy productions. One question, for example, is what do we do with the waste? And we already have a solution for that. The global solutions are there. We have established a national agency that will work with that issue. And even when we presented this national agency, there were people who almost didn't believe that they really existed, that it was an elaborate hoax presented by nuclear prophets. I feel a bit sorry for the Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning authorities who have been put in the crossfire, because these discussions have the potential of interfering with the important national mandate of dealing with the nuclear waste we already have in our country. I am, of course, exaggerating a little bit for the sake of the point, but there was indeed a need to harness a galloping nuclear debate, all aspects of the debate. And who are better suited to harness such a debate than your trusted, sturdy local politicians? And which municipality should spearhead such a local political initiative? The one with the nuclear heritage, knowledge, and the social acceptance, Halden. And together with 8 municipalities, we established the Association of Norwegian Nuclear Municipalities. The name is slightly misleading, as we don't have any proper nuclear municipalities in Norway, apart from Halden and Lillestrøm. But now we are 60 municipalities and regional authorities who have a genuine interest in exploring the nuclear possibilities in Norway. The association was founded on 2 crucial pillars. We started with 2 missions. One, to work for a formal, politically initiated national inquiry on the possibilities of nuclear power in Norway. And 2, be a serious and credible voice in the national nuclear discussion. In order to join the association, you must have a formal discussion and vote in the local council. I am not going to bore you with a social science lecture on the Norwegian system of parliamentary representative democracy, but please trust me when I say that this is a serious matter which ensures transparency and objective democratic legitimacy for the nuclear debate and everything we say and everything we do. A local politician and a local council will always be accountable for their decisions and must consider all angles and inputs. And when 60 mayors with their respective inhabitants at their back, approaches the national authorities, we are being taken very seriously. And I am quite proud to say that we actually accomplished our first mission even before we were formally founded in May this year. The government have now established a committee to work out and present a formal national report for parliamentary discussion on the possibilities of nuclear power in Norway. And their mandate is signed by the king, so this is serious business. The final line of the mandate points out the importance of social acceptance, which you can only get if you run all processes through serious democratic processes. And it also highlights the importance of presenting solutions for waste management. This is our first and foremost task, and we are working on it. And it's also the reason why we are hosting the DigiDECOM here in Halden this week as well. So my main point is that we are in a very interesting place at the moment because we have managed to bring a potentially very disruptive discussion on nuclear energy into a more formal framework. And this is an important counterbalance to the debates taking place in the social media. And during our first year of operation, we have been noticed. Later this month, we will meet with a committee that will work out the formal national report on nuclear energy in Norway for preliminary discussions and opinions on the mandate. And 2 weeks ago, we were invited to the residence of the French ambassador to meet with Sylvie Berman, who oversees the World Nuclear Exhibition. She and her team of advisors were very interested in the political work we've been doing on the ground level. And it was an honor to be allowed to informally discuss the nuclear future in Norway from the perspective of local authorities and the people on the ground. So with these opening stories, I wish you some interesting and productive days in Halden. I'm trying to give you a very brief introduction to the political landscape for everything nuclear in Norway at the moment. And I was looking forward to spend a day with you and some time during the DigiDECOM conference as well. And I hope for several fruitful partnerships as a result of this week. Once again, welcome to Halden and this workshop. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much, Fredrik, for an interesting presentations and how seen from the political view also. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dag Øystein Eriksen, co-founder of the NNA. He's from the University of Oslo. He's also the director of PIPAS. And his presentation will focus on nuclear proficiency, needs, and existing assets in Norway. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. I was given this title, so I really have to look what this proficiency means. But okay, I'll try to say a little about what is needed in today and tomorrow's Norway concerning nuclear knowledge and competence. So, but first I have to say that all I say is my own views. I may be looked at as representing the University of Oslo, but at the moment I'm just I'm a visiting scientist, a guest scientist at the university, and I'm retired. So in a way, I'm not a part of the administration, and I'm not also connected to the university in that sense. So please just remember that I'm talking for my own sake and hopefully yours. Now, the outline is, I thought maybe we should have a look at what are our traditions and what are our the situation today, what has it been, but to know and to understand what is the situation today and in the future, what is the need. So I started looking a little bit backwards, and then what we have is, in fact, the Norwegian nuclear technology or known knowledge started with, in fact, Marie Curie, because Ellen Gleditsch was one of her students. And Ellen Gleditsch came back to Norway, was a professor at the university in inorganic chemistry, and her student, Alexis Pappas, was the first professor in radiochemistry and then in nuclear chemistry. And then one of his students again, it was Jurolf Alstad. And I'm proud to say that I'm a student of Alexis and Jurolf. I've been working with Jurolf quite closely. So today, it's only one professor in nuclear chemistry, and that is Jon Petter Omtvedt. And he is presently in the Czech Republic at Resch and doing experiments, so he couldn't be here today. But in a way, I think we have a quite strong and long tradition in Norway in nuclear chemistry. But of course, it was also that it's not only nuclear chemistry, it's nuclear physics. And everything sort of boomed after the World War II. And of course, also, when CERN was established, both nuclear chemists and nuclear physicists was involved, and then later also the particle physics has been a very important part, and still is, and the nuclear chemistry has, of course, been very much less in that sense. So, in technology, we also, as we heard, IFE was established, but it was established at the Atomic Energy Institute of Atomic Energy, IFA, in 1948 already. And due to the Dutch-Norwegian collaboration, Norway had heavy water, but the Netherlands had in fact got some uranium from Indonesia before the World War, and had managed to keep them away from the Germans. And so they still had it, and together the Jeep-1 was constructed and started, critically tested already in 1951. And then we had the Halden project already in 1959, and then Jeep-2 was started. I think it was 1967. I may be wrong in this sense, but it was in the late 1960s. And so we have had a lot of also nuclear technology research, and of course these reactors made possibilities for producing radioactive materials for use both in research and in industry, and also in pharmacy and such things. And then it also included the separation science, for instance, of rare earth elements, because they are fission products. So when that was a spin-off, the knowledge of separating the rare earth, which today is a very, very important part. And then also, you know, all the things that you have done here in Halden, very, very impressive and very important. But of course also health insurance and so on. So radioactive waste handling is one of the things that is mostly important today. So today's situation at the University of Oslo, we have two groups or two sectors, that is nuclear chemistry and nuclear physics. And in nuclear chemistry, it's only, as I said, only one permanent position in research, but there is one more to come. But then, of course, when you have very few permanent positions, that means that you cannot also have too many students because it's too much to do. So it has been a kind of a problem for quite a while. But we do have quite useful laboratories. We have a new 14 MeV neutron generator in collaboration with IFE, and another one is to come, so that's very, very, very good. And of course, as you also can understand, we have collaborations with institutions abroad. RESH is one of them, but we also have connections to Chalmers and Darmstadt and everywhere almost. So, and we also, and that's maybe quite important because we do have good connections to the hydrometallurgical industry and institutions in Norway. So we have had for quite a while huge projects for the industry. But in nuclear physics, the situation is different. And although they have a very old, well, maybe not very old, but at least very quite old cyclotron, it has protons, neutrons, helium-3 and alphas, but the intensity is the problem in this case. But for scattering tests and studies, it's quite good. And they have a very good laboratory for measuring the scattering. But they are also the leader for the Nuclear Research Center that has been established now. NMBU is a part, IFE, and of course the two groups at the University of Oslo. So they have several professors, associated professors too, and presently many students. And that is important because once you have the opportunity, the students come. So it's really important. Yeah, and then of course they also have some knowledge on production of nuclear energy at the PhD level, which is not very important as well. So in addition, we have NMBU and NMBU and IFE as radioactive or nuclear research. But NMBU is a radio ecological center, and I know there are several people here knowing much more about that than I do, so I won't just mention that they have very well-equipped laboratories. They have the CERAD Center. But at an IFE, I think the things is a bit floating at the moment because the nuclear reactors are closed and the assets are transferred to the Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning, NND. So new laboratories are under construction or had to be constructed. So it's a bit diffuse or a little floating situation, as I said. But today's situation, and that is probably the most important here. If you see the PET centers at hospitals, they are now established almost everywhere, or at least around Norway. It took quite a while before the first PET center was established, but then it has shown its power and importance. So now it's many places. And of course, proton therapy will start in next year. So this is also meaning that we need competence, and we need people who knows how to handle all these things. And then, of course, cancer alpha emitters for cancer therapeutics have been established now. And Norway, I dare say that we are a leading country. And of course, it was initiated at the nuclear chemistry group at the University of Oslo. IFE has been a strong proponent, and now today we have several companies, and I've listed at least 3 producing companies here. There are even more, and also Aguilera Pharma, which is the IFE spin-off. So then, of course, nuclear power is discussed many places. So, and it's the small modular reactors that are getting most attention. From industry, from marine and land-based industry, and also from municipalities. And we have Norsk Kärnkraft, we have Thorium Norway, but we also have Ulstein Group, for instance. And this is quite important, because I think this is the way that nuclear power may be introduced to Norway, through the real need from industry. And then, of course, thorium is of interest, because you have to take thorium into account, because if you want to produce rare earth, for instance, which is important for the green transition, you also have to consider the production of thorium. And then, of course, you have the possibilities of using thorium as an energy supplier, an energy carrier, if you want. So, and then we have, in this case, we have Rare Earth Norway, Rare Earth Minerals, and there might be several others. So, what do we need? I think Norway is an open society, which means that we can travel, people can come here as well. And we have proven many times that we can learn and be world leading in technology. Offshore petroleum recovery is one of them, probably one of the best examples. And we can also include in that sense Olga, which is the multi-phase simulator developed at IFE in that sense. We have, of course, the whole Halden project, and of course in aluminium production we also are quite in the forefront of low energy development. So, to achieve the competence required for the nuclear fields, I think we need education in nuclear chemistry and nuclear physics. Because if we don't have the students, the people that has the basic knowledge, how do we proceed? And then we need more permanent positions at the universities, and we need grants for the PhDs, also for going abroad, and PhDs and postdoc levels, grants to go abroad, but also grants to have people coming here and being part of the environment, the nuclear environments. And then, of course, if we don't have top modern instrumentation, from detectors to accelerators, yes, nobody will come here. So that's it's money. It's all about the money. So thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions for Dag Øystein? No questions?
Merciful crowd.
Yes. Thank you very much, Øystein. Thank you. The next speaker is Istvan Søke, head of the applied science of IFE, physical science of IFE. He's the founder of NNA, and his presentation will focus on the goals of Norwegian Nuclear Association and the important national nuclear activities. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be a bit faster to catch up with the time. But of course, these slides will be shared, so this is some information about what this association is about. I'm going to repeat a little bit of what was shown in the founding ceremony, and some of you were here there. So I'm going to a little bit fast, but again, we're going to share all the materials with you. So this is how we started. It was in February 13. We found in the same place, some of the same people. We founded this association, and we asked, is there need for this? And then the response was, yes, we need this association, so we went forward, and I'm happy that our co-founders, Fredrik and Dag, agreed to sign this founding document. The goal of this workshop, as it was said, I can skip through this very quickly, is just to get input, basically. We want to ask you, we want to ask the international community, we want to ask a bit larger community about what you think this association would be about. In the founding ceremony, we had some suggestions about some actions and what this association would be, and those are worked into the bylaws. We also tried to get some input, and again, now we are a bit larger community, would like to get further input from you about how we should go forward with this association. And of course, the most important thing here is to boost the national nuclear proficiency, which a word that I used here in terms of covering both competence and also capabilities and both the infrastructure to use those capabilities. And I asked our colleague here, who is native speaker, and he said he approved the use of this word, so it should be all right. So the focus here is today is to strengthen the partnerships, identify some of the skills that are important for Norway, and highlight collaboration opportunities. We expect to have an overview of trends in key nuclear organizations and collaboration opportunities, and at least start those discussions to see some answers to these questions in the invitation. I'm going to have it on the last slide. So it is important that we want to have short presentation today. It's not the goal to go into too much detail. It's more about these are the organizations that are out there that are steering the strategy in terms of nuclear in Europe and in Nordics and also in Norway. What are those objectives for those organizations, and what the Nuclear Association, what is the place for the Nuclear Association in the pool of all these other organizations in Europe? And in Norway, of course, it was very important that we didn't have an association or a society before. And as it was said, we have a chairperson, we have the 3 secretaries, they have been introduced before, and 3 founders of the association. So very quickly, this is just the main goal. This is from the bylaws, which we can distribute to anyone interested. It's for individuals and legal entities as well. Nuclear technology is to be understood a bit larger sense. These are technologies that can be applicable in nuclear, but can come from another industry, or technologies that are invented in nuclear but can be used in other industries as well. And you see energy, medical, material science, use of radioisotopes. So we want to use these competence in a much wider sense. Specifically in Norway, at the moment, there's no decisions for nuclear power, but there's a very high need to be prepared for potential use of nuclear power. And in the meantime, we have an even urgent need to have the proficiency, we have the competence to support these other areas. So ultimately, we want to support the national development of these technologies and competence, but also their application domestically and abroad. And this is where all our international participants come in, to support, to find those collaboration opportunities where it's a win-win benefit. We can get competence, they can get business, and so on. So this is just very quickly, again, repeating that, yeah, indeed, decommissioning waste management was a very acute need in Norway, but it could happen that in the future, Norway actually invests in nuclear power, and at the moment, while we are waiting for the decision, one thing is sure, we want to make sure that we preserve the competence. So when the decision potentially is there, we actually have the competence, and we don't have to say, sorry, we actually lost all that competence, we can't operate this nuclear facility safely anymore. And in the meantime, of course, medical applications and so on are very important, and it has been recognized that there's a lot of synergies in terms of needs for innovative technologies between the nuclear sector and some other sectors, like in Norway, the oil and gas sector is very important. And we found a lot of opportunities where we can actually help each other out. And seeing that in Norway, the nuclear industry is potentially just being built up now, however, the oil and gas industry is right there, it is very important to work together. They have things that we need, but it turns out that it's also the other way around. There's things that we are developing in nuclear that they are really interested in. I can go very quickly here. This is again for the bylaw, some of the activities. Of course, we are all about collaboration, developing the competence and the capacity, ultimately proficiency, making aware the people about what are those opportunities internationally, connect the Norwegian community to the international community, increase the visibility of the competencies that we have in Norway, and potentially make joint statements, studies, and act as a consultancy body. If one of our members say, I have this problem, I don't know the answer to this one, could this association take it up? Yeah, that could be something when we go forward. And also making the connection to other associations. One of them is, for instance, the European Nuclear Society, which is, of course, a very important connection. But also, we didn't restrict to only these activities, so any other activities that along this line will be welcome. The structure, just very quickly, the overall governing board is the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, we have different types of participants. 3 of them, the regular participants, senior participants, honorary participants, have a voting right. Ultimately, the General Assembly will elect the board. The board will actually make all the practical decisions. In practice, they will be, of course, steering the whole association, but they are elected by the General Assembly, they are controlled by the General Assembly, and then, of course, they can also appoint further officials, liaisons to European Nuclear Society, for instance, which is a very typical one, and committees, young generation networks, and so on. Learning from the examples of other societies and associations, we would have a 2 years mandate for the board members, up to 4 years, after which there would be a 3 years warranty. And this is the proposed annual fee. This is brand new. It has been agreed, at least by the founders, as a first proposal. What small and medium and large enterprise means, we didn't really clarify it all the way, so we don't have all the details, but at least as this table of proposed fees is our first proposal to go forward and actually get the partners into the association. So we talked about nuclear proficiency. What is this nuclear proficiency? Luckily, there's from the previous speeches, many of these organizations and many of these initiatives were mentioned. Of course, on the left side, we have more academic, University of Oslo, IFE, and NMBU, the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, but of course also NTNU and the other universities represent key elements of our nuclear proficiency. And of course, Fredrik mentioned the Norske Kjernekraftkommune, the Norwegian communities for nuclear power. And the right-hand side, we have more the company, the business-related partners like NND, Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning, Norwegian Nuclear Power, all the players, from the medical sector. We have companies who are actually has been established, the Norwegian branch like Createc. So Mark is here from Createc, so we are very happy that we actually attracted business in the area of nuclear sector to Halden or to Norway. And also other companies like EFRI and their daughter company Advancia, who are setting up their presence in Norway. So it seems that yes, we are actually bringing in a lot of expertise, a lot of proficiency. And of course, in the middle, you have all these different kind of initiatives. Some of the most important ones are, of course, the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center that has been established, and obviously the Norwegian Nuclear Association wants to work together with these other initiatives, especially the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center, who is a very important player in Norway to build the competence more on an academic level. But we also have other initiatives, including the DigiDECOM, and we have the Norwegian Nuclear Action Plan and so on, which are already going on. And while, of course, the goal is not to replace any of these, but to bring them a bit closer together and support their activities. And some of the initiatives that I will not go into detail here, but some of these initiatives will be actually presented in detail. But just very quickly about the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center, this has been recently established. We got 200 million Norwegian kroner from the government to go forward for 5 to 8 years. It's led by University of Oslo, with NMB and IFE being in the vice director here, and there's a lot of people from a lot of organizations, including in Norway and abroad. And as you see, we have a lot of activities, including activities that are related to Norwegian education, but also the application of advanced AI and other technologies. And then we have the DigiDECOM, and we're very proud to say that from 2017, when we started as a small workshop, we have been attracting about 100 people every year since 2017 to Halden, or sometimes we took it out because there were more people, so we went to Lillehammer and so on. So we have an existing network, and the IENEA, Nuclear Energy Agency, we have been co-organizers, so we already have an existing network with the international nuclear community, which we would like to take advantage of here and extend that network and use that network as an important asset for the association. And because of that, we are actually proposing a new name for DigiDECOM, because yes, it started with decommissioning, nuclear decommissioning, of course on Norway this was very important, and with digitalization, but it has become basically Norway's Nuclear Summit. So the new name that we are proposing to reflect this is Nuclear Next, organized by the DigiDECOM community, representing Norway's International Nuclear Summit. And we are keeping these 3 legs. One of them is a conference that we are going to have this week. The other thing is competence building and training events, which we have been doing now for a while, and in collaboration with the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center and the Halden HDO project, but also the research-based business catalyzer, where we are starting the so-called DigiDECOM pilots, maybe we'll call them Nuclear Next pilots. And our first pilot is actually with Createch, so Matt is here, and maybe he'll say a few words about that. So when it comes to nuclear proficiency, there will be quite some presentations about what are some of those unique competences that we have in Norway, which we really preserve, because first of all, we need them in the country, but second of all, we can actually export them. They are very valuable on an international market. Some of those that will not be presented in other presentation is actually this, where we actually have a designation from the International Atomic Energy Agency to lead the way in combining the nuclear physics, nuclear chemistry-related competence with all the AI, data and robotics, the new innovative technologies, and put them together into a technology that we actually use, that we call Hadron. They are applicable to the whole life cycle of nuclear installations, from the commissioning to the decommissioning phase, and a lot of aspects, including large language modeling. Of course, there's a lot of work nowadays about using AI for making sense of all the data, all the information that we have. And also we are looking into combining all this analysis with the analyses that other institutions like NMBU, more on the environmental analysis, the social aspect and so on, into sort of a total analysis concept. And this later is something that Norway desperately needs right now. This would put together all the aspects that you need to analyze, okay, if I want to build an SMR in Norway, how would it look like? Do I have the competence? What kind of competence do I need to run it safely? But also, the medical applications are very important. It's the same technology, and of course, a lot of aspects of that. We actually have a lot of laboratory capabilities in Norway, but it so happens that even our more AI and robotics-related competencies combined with nuclear physics is highly applicable in the medical industry, and we have been applying them in the medical industry. So it's very important to preserve these technologies because we need them right now. That's the very important message. And we may need them also in the future in other areas as well. And we also have a very important asset nationally. This is a technology that we developed in Norway. It's not completely unique, but it's almost unique. There's very few other similar technologies which has been used in a lot of important projects. Using this technology, we are proposing actually to develop a digital training, an XR-powered competence center where people could experience what nuclear power is, how to behave in a nuclear installation, how to behave safely, what it is all this about, but also radiological labs and so on to understand these areas. We are proposing to establish a center where we could use these innovative training methods that could demonstrate but also show the people what it is about, but also to train the professionals that may have background in non-nuclear areas, but we need them because we don't have enough of those professionals that have a nuclear background to nuclearize them and have a way to actually easily and efficiently teach them about what is nuclear, what is radiation, and how they could bring their competence in the nuclear area. Also, we are proposing a nuclear wiki, or this is just a proposal from the association. We know that the community in Norway is very scattered geographically and across application areas. So right now, if someone's interested, who has that competence, which organization, what people have that competence, what kind of laboratories do we have related to that specific thing, it's very difficult to find it. So potentially we could have a sort of a nuclear wiki which connecting all these experiences, someone could just go in and say, okay, who are there in this specific area? When we find out, yes, this is an area that we actually need. If we want to build SMRs, let's say, this is a gap that we may have. What kind of institutions we have, what kind of laboratories, what kind of people we have who actually know about that specific topic. And one specific activity that we are proposing, even before we are actually formally have the members, is an important representation of the World Nuclear Exhibition. And this is one of those areas where these kind of associations like this would be playing a major role, which will be in Paris in November 4 to 5. So very important question, who you as representing organizations in Norway that have a very important need for nuclear technology or providing nuclear technology, who would like to join us? We would like to make sure that we have a Nordic pavilion on this event, as opposed to a Finnish pavilion that we had before and Norwegian and Swedish partners joining in. We would actually like to have a full right Nordic pavilion this time. I'm not going to go into detail. This is the plan going forward. We had the founding ceremony. We are on this workshop now. We would like to go forward. And 3 important activities that I mentioned is the Nuclear Summit, which we are establishing now. So finally, we will have the name also line that, yes, indeed, Norway already has a national nuclear event that has been going on from 2017. Establish a training center or a nuclear wiki and sort of some important pilot and make sure that we are represented already in 2005 on the World Nuclear Exhibition. So please bear in mind these questions that we put in the invitation. If you have questions, if you have responses to these questions, then they are very welcome. It is up to us, the nuclear community, what this association will be about. So when you're presenting your institution, please keep the time. We have a lot of small presentations, so don't go into detail because we are going to have a lot more events, that I promise you. But please make sure that you briefly can present the key competencies that you bring in or you need, and also if you have any advice about what this association would be about, or potentially some of these initiatives or ideas that I showed you, what are those that you think is important, that please answer those questions during your presentation and try to be brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iston. I think, are there any questions for Iston at the moment, or we can take it in the coffee break maybe? Yeah. Okay. Then I would like to introduce the next presenters, Christopher Reef, Professor of Lund University in Sweden, and Christopher de Massier, Professor of Chalmers University. Their presentation will focus on SAINT, the Swedish Academic Initiative for Radiation Science and Nuclear Technologies. And they are online, I think, so please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our platform. before the Nordic Nuclear Association. And the platform SAINT, what does SAINT stand for? It stands for the Swedish Academic Initiative for Radiation Sciences and Nuclear Technology. And our aim is to facilitate a sustainable environment for research and education in our field, which has become especially relevant given the many challenges the past decades, but also lately the uprising opportunities in this field. And how do we aim to reach these goals? Well, by attaining a transparent dialogue between the partners, the groups that are belonging to SAINT, and to establish joint research projects, and also try to exploit and jointly use our infrastructure and facilities, but also to help each other in improving our education and courses in order to attract what we call excellent students and committed students, because there is a great need for competence, a new competence generation. So here you see a list of the current members of this Swedish platform. We have the Division of Applied Nuclear Physics at Uppsala University, and then we have 3 different research groups from Chalmers Technological University. We have the Division of Subatomic High Energy and Plasma. We have the Nuclear Chemistry, and we have also the Microstructure Physics at the Chalmers University. Furthermore, we have 2 groups from Stockholm University. We have the Division of Medical Physics at Stockholm University, but also the Department of Molecular Biosciences at the Wennergren Institute at Stockholm University. And then we have also the Department of Medical Radiation Sciences at Göteborg University, or Gothenburg University as it is called internationally. And then we finally have two research groups at Lund University, one at Particle Physics at Division of Physics at the Scientific Faculty, and then there is the Medical Physics Department at the Medical Faculty at Lund University. We also have an adjunct member, and that is the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority. And I will talk briefly about the history of that very soon, but it's a very important actor because, as you may know, this is the authority in Sweden that are in charge or distributing a core part of many of our research fundings in the research groups connected with nuclear technology and radiation sciences. So we are very pleased to have them on board in our platform. So a little bit about the history. We also, I think we will also create it in 2017. It started with a collaboration between the research groups I mentioned at Chalmers Technological University and Uppsala University. And in 2019, it expanded on to University of Gothenburg and Stockholm University. And then in 2020, the 2 research groups I mentioned at Lund University also joined. To become a member of this platform, we will have you have to pay a membership fee. It's currently at 60,000 Swedish crowns a year per university, and corresponding to about 5,500 euros per year. And this amount is to cover for a 50% position of an academic position who will act as a coordinator, organizing the meetings and fixing the infrastructure of our workshops, etc. And then we also, this money is also going to a 7.5% support for the director function, which is currently myself in person. I will be that for at least 1.5 months more than my time period is over, and I will handle over this directorship to Göteborg University. In addition, there is also this membership fees will also go to have at least one physical meetings a year, but also for other, if you want to invite lecturers, etc., there is also some money left for that. So what do we do in practice? Well, let me give you an example from this current year. This year we have had one physical workshop conducted at the Chalmers University, where we invited many important guests connected in Sweden with both nuclear technology and civil defense. In Sweden right now, there has been a national initiative to restore the competence development in these two areas. And these two areas, nuclear technology and civil defense, is actually more interrelated and intertwined than one would think. But I have too little time to tell you about it. But it was a very important workshop, and it led to that some of us, a task group within this platform, we wrote a so-called white paper to the Swedish National Coordinator for the Nuclear Technologies, Carl Berglöf, where we proposed some measures to take in order to achieve the goals that the government has said, that we need more competence in nuclear technologies. So we hope that this white paper has given some fruit. We have some indication of that. Furthermore, we also, in terms of research, we have recently been granted a huge research project in Generation 4 nuclear technology. In Sweden, it has the acronym MOSTE, or MUST in Swedish. I have provided you with a link here. It is headed by Christian Ekberg, who was one of the founders of this platform, by the way. And this project is, the scale of it is about 4.5 million euros. And I think virtually all the members of SAINT have some part of this project. So it's actually, I think, one of at least two good examples of joint research efforts that this platform has enabled in a way. And also, I have to mention that we try to become more active as a platform in the European platforms. Since Norway is not a European Union country, it may not perhaps be as, you may not be aware of that it's in order to get access to European Union fundings, you have to network and create some official status in order to become what they call a program owner manager. And having the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority as part of an affiliated member in our platform has to some degree helped us to attain and be able to apply for European Union funds, some of us. Some of us already have other European Union funds, so there have been different sources for this, but it's just an example of how this platform alleviated our efforts in being more present in Europe. So I would especially like to address the, let's call it the rich portfolio of courses that the SAINT members provide. And I have got some examples from my colleague here, Christophe de Massière, who are present online. Where's to you? Anyway, neither of us could be present physically, unfortunately, but we wish we could. And some of these courses are available fully online, so this is a good tip for you in Norway if you want to look for this course catalog that Chalmers provide. I will also provide you with a contact to Christophe de Massière. These courses are on different levels. We have PhD courses one of example that Christophe provides here, modeling of nuclear reactor multiphysics, which is starting, I think, very soon. And then there are other courses in both nuclear computational and experimental nuclear reactor physics in this great pioneer project that you can learn more about if you get in touch with Christophe de Massière. I will provide you with the email address just very soon. Then on master science levels, Chalmers are given, for instance, courses in physics of nuclear reactors. But I would also like to highlight courses that I myself personally been involved in establishing a long time ago, courses in radiation protection and emergency preparedness. And I think that the issue of emergency preparedness may very well be one of the decisive questions when it comes to introducing SMRs and nuclear technology in the society. One of the previous speakers spoke about the social acceptance, and the Emergency Preparedness Organization is one of those issues that will be quite important. And then we also have these open educational resources where you have basic introductory of self-paced courses, which Christoph has been working with. And here I provide you with his email. Perhaps, Christoph, if you put your mic on, if you want to add something, I think you can have the opportunity now, actually.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. I just want to say that we have very flexible ways of providing the courses. So people do not need to travel to Chalmers to attend those courses. Most of the courses are also flipped courses, which means that there is always a self-paced part of the courses, and then there is an interactive phase of the courses, which is hybrid. So that means that people sometimes come to Chalmers if they can, and the one who cannot, they can follow the courses online then. So very flexible ways of learning, which is quite attractive to people working abroad or people already working in the industry and having other commitments.
Thank you, Christoph. And I will then go to the last slide here of this short presentation. If you want to know more about this platform or want to know more about the courses, you can either email Christoph or you can email me. And I also provide you with the email contact to our coordinator, Associate Professor Martin Andersson. So there actually I would like to stop, and perhaps there are some questions from the floor.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions? Are there any online? No questions online. No questions.
Okay. Okay. So if there's no question right now, you know what, at least how to contact us, then I was pleased to present this for you. So I shut down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor F. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then we go to the next presentation. This is given by Alexia Mercier. She's representing Nuclear Energy Agency, and she's a nuclear chemist, and her presentation will focus on how can NEA support Norwegian national nuclear proficiency. The floor is yours, Alexia.
Some of you might not be aware, but the Nuclear Energy Agency is an intergovernmental agency. We represent 34 countries with one currently being suspended. We have a variety of bodies, so that goes from standing committees to working parties and intergroups, and we have international joint projects. And while we're focusing on intergovernmental relationships, we have also been building strong external ties with the industry and with academia. Our mission is somehow... our mission is quite close to the other well-known intergovernmental agencies in nuclear energy. We're looking to build and foster collaboration for safe and economical and environmental friendly nuclear energy. and we try to create common understanding and then use this as an input for governmental decisions. To cover the different aspects of nuclear energy, our agency is organized under multiple technical committees. It covers a variety of topics. It goes from nuclear regulatory activities to science, databases, or decommissioning and radioactive waste management. In my case, I am in the RWMD, so we cover 2 technical committees, one on radioactive waste management and on decommissioning, which I think is kind of interest for our Norway at the moment, but also the Nuclear Science Committee, and you will hear about it in a few slides. So this is a lot of information in one slide. I'm just giving it here as a reference, but it's kind of to show you that it's not purely technical. We try to cover a variety of aspects. It goes from our environment to information management, regulation, and societal aspects. I can say that, for instance, Norway has been very involved in the Regulators Forum, which gathers a lot of the member countries' regulators, looking more closely at the back-end issues. We have had also a lot of input in the EGRS, or groups on robotics and remote systems, and you will guess who is responsible for this at the Norwegian side. In the decommissioning side, it's similar. We kind of try to have a holistic approach. So we have, of course, decommissioning strategies, stakeholder involvement. We have regulatory aspects. And similarly, I can report that there has been input from the Norwegian delegation, at least as far as I'm concerned, for the HDCS, the holistic group, the expert group on holistic process for decommissioning and management of complex sites. Many others. So this is when I move on to activities that are not under my oversight. So if I don't have all of the answers to your questions, I'm sorry in advance. But the NEA has been expanding its activities to build capacity, not just for Norway, of course, but for a lot of member countries. The strategy is kind of threefold. We try to attract, we try to train and retain, and then we try to leverage investment. In terms of attraction, we have the international mentoring workshops, where we go to member countries, but also non-member countries, and try to reach out to students. It can be at different levels. It can be graduate students, young professionals, or high school level, or we're trying to get even sometimes to the middle school level. We have a lot of courses. Some of you might have attended them, I'm not sure. For instance, we have the International School of Nuclear Law or the International Radiological Protection School. And in terms of leveraging investment, we have a couple of frameworks. We have, for instance, the FEDUS that tries to put member countries together so that they share their radiation facilities for joint research projects. We also have the NEST, for which I'm going to have a slide in a few seconds. So that NEST framework was launched in 2019, and the idea is to have a framework to nurture the next generation of nuclear scientists. I have a couple of figures on the right side. You will see that, in particular, the NEST is targeting more graduate-level students, so that would be masters, PhD, postdocs, and young professionals. We are trying to get some women, well, not some, we're trying to get more female students involved, and we have emphasis on mentors, and the usual duration is about 6 months, but it can go from 1 month to 12 months. And the idea is, of course, it's all listed here on the slide, but it's to have fast track to leadership, increase the skills, access to state-of-the-art facilities, and involve those students into challenging and innovative technologies. Lately, we have launched the Global Forum on Nuclear Education, which might be of interest, I think, for you today. It's a global forum where we try to engage with academic institutions, not so much with the students themselves, but the program directors and the universities, to develop the next generation of course, nuclear experts. And the idea is to understand how to shape the different programs to meet the national and international policy challenges. And for this, we have a council of advisors with about 35 members, and the work is organized in 7 working groups. I'm not going to list them all here because Istvan said we need to go fast, but I can answer all of your questions after. Lately, we've had 2 new groups, the Working Group 6 and Working Group 7. 6 is trying to build a pipeline of STEM professionals, so trying to engage from the university perspective with the local high schools to try to get those students to not leave STEM and engage in higher education in STEM. And then the Working Group 7 is trying to develop an international curriculum for the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle. So try to harmonize the technical curriculums across the different continents. And just to highlight a few activities, we had, for instance, a workshop in Romania where we were trying to identify the principles to enhance nuclear university education. And that led to the creation of the National School for Nuclear Energy Association earlier this year. We also had a workshop in Korea where we tried to develop a curriculum to advance strategies for sustainable nuclear fuel cycles, where we were trying to mesh together both the STEM side of it and the social science aspect of it, so that it's people also at the policy level and not just physicists and chemists. And so that was, the byproduct of this was the creation of the Working Group 7 I just mentioned. That concludes the overview of the current activities. It's a very rough overview. I have a couple of flyers with me that gives you more details. Just a couple because I flew with a carry-on suitcase. I couldn't bring the entire NE with me. But I'm happy to answer all the questions or to, as I said, put you in touch with my colleagues who are in charge of each initiative.
Thank you very much, Alexia. Is there any questions for Alexia? Okay, thank you. Then the next presentation is have 2 parts. One part is called Euratom and Norway and the EU Green Taxonomy, Selected Areas for Nuclear Energy. This will be presented by Ben Haji Hassin Saifallah. He's a policy officer in the European Commission. The second part is the EU Green Taxonomy supporting selected areas for nuclear energy. And this will be presented by Janusz Weg, which is a senior nuclear safety expert, formerly ECJRC. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Saif Ben Hajjassin. I know it's complicated to pronounce, but Saif is just fine. I work at the European Commission at DG Research and Innovation, and I will be giving you an overview about the activities of the research and training program of the Euratom program. So the good news is we managed to catch up. We only have 4-minute delay. The bad news is I have 35 slides to present in 15 minutes. So I will go relatively fast on many of these slides, but if you have any questions, please reach out to me. And there are some sections I will not be able to address all of the questions anyway, because they are on behalf of some of my colleagues. So, well, I needed to add a 5th section to give you an overview about the Euratom research and training program on the fusion part, but I will be relatively fast anyway. So first, let's start with the Euratom research and training program in general. So the European Commission has a budget that's voted for 7 years, 21 to 27. And we have a dedicated budget for the research activities called Horizon Europe. And next to the Horizon Europe, we have something different called the Euratom budget, because these are 2 different treaties. So what we have for the Horizon Europe, you can see it here. I don't know if you can see my pointer. No, it's fine. So if you can see it there, Horizon Europe, the yellow dot is 86.1 billion euros, but then we have the Euratom program that operates in a completely independent way from the Horizon Europe. So everything that's not nuclear is within Horizon Europe. Everything that's nuclear is within the Euratom budget. And within Euratom, we have 3 different types of action. We have the fusion program, we have the fission program, and we have what we call the direct actions for our GRCs. So very briefly, this is the breakdown of the budget. We have the biggest share for the fusion actions. We have then 266 million euros for the indirect transit and fission. So that covers everything that's not fusion, mainly well, waste management, but also decommissioning, reactor systems, SMRs, education and training, everything. And then we have 500 euros for our GRCs. So the only issue is, for historical reasons and the legal basis of the Euratom program is always for 5 years, and then when we reach the 5th year, we have to ask for a 2-year extension so that we can get an additional budget, so that we can be in line with the Horizon Europe. So for now, we only know the budget for 21 to 25, and next year we'll get the full budget for the 2 last years, 26, 27. I added a slide because I think it's very meaningful to the audience today. So these are the actions where the Norwegians entities are involved. I will try to give you an overview about each one of these actions. So Eurofusion, that's our fusion program. That's the biggest share. It's been running for God knows how many decades now, and we are still trying to achieve fusion. We're not there yet, but hopefully we'll be able to do it one day. Harper's, Reka is here, she will tell you more about it. It's one of the ongoing projects on the decommissioning, but also on how we could assess and evaluate the benefits and the shortcomings when it comes to relaxing or harmonizing the differences between the member states. Pianoforte is our partnership on radio protection. Dorado and Accessibility are all about the digital applications in the commissioning and the robotics. Easy SMR is about the SMRs. And then there is one missing, Eura2, and that's not the smallest one. That's the partnership on waste management, and that kicked off 2 weeks ago, if I'm right. So I will try to go through each one of them very briefly. And as you can see, the Norwegian entities that are listed here are the ones that already were mentioned. IFE is, of course, almost everywhere, but we have also UIT or UIO. I'm not sure which one is correct. And then we also have the, well, we call it NMBU, but yeah. Eurofusion. So this part, I apologize in advance. If you have any questions, I can convey them to my colleagues, but I'm very new to fusion, so I will just go very briefly through the slides. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to talk to my colleague. So it's our biggest partnership. So we have many member states, but also entities involved in it. The size of the consortium is around 5,000 persons, which is quite big. In comparison of Eurofusion, for example, we have EURAD. EURAD has 1,000 persons, so it's 5 times bigger. 5 times bigger in terms of size, but not in terms of budgets, unfortunately. And then we have also, of course, some associated countries, such as Ukraine, Norway, Switzerland, and the UK. So maybe a brief word about associated countries. These countries do not get any budget from the EC, except if they have an agreement with the EC. But they can still take part in the program. They can still take part in the different projects and partnerships with their own funds. So that's what it means to be associated partner. Very briefly, the EU Fusion Roadmap has 3 main pillars. We have the ITER, that everyone here, I'm pretty sure, knows about, is the largest tokamak in the world now. Then we have DONES, that will deal with all of the supply chain and the fusion materials facility, and it's under construction in Spain. And then we have DEMO, the demonstrator. The idea is to have one prototype for a fusion reactor, and we're still not there yet, of course. And we have this roadmap to try to achieve fusion power plants at some point. Again, there have been many delays. We are trying to update the roadmap, and we are still hope that we will achieve fusion power at some point. The main outcomes of the Eurofusion program is all of the development of the scientific and technological knowledge that we had accumulated so far. We contributed to the JET and to the ITER facilities. We have a pre-concept of what DEMO could look like. And then, of course, there is all of these actions related to training and education activities. To put it in a very brief summary of what Eurofusion is, 26 work packages. We have 7 in fusion science, 15 in fusion technology, and then we have all of the work packages related to communication, training, and education, everything. We have more than 1,000 publications, and yeah, it's almost 800 PhD positions activated under the Eurofusion grant. Well, I will skip the scientific highlights. These are the biggest highlights over the last years. I'm pretty sure you understand them better than I do. But if you have any other questions, please reach out to me and I will try to contact my colleague. Second slide. And then I will move on to second section. This is about the decommissioning. As you can see, I had the first part on fusion. I will try to stress out the different topics we cover within the Euratom Research and Training Program. So for the decommissioning part, these are the ones that ended already, except for the Harpers. So we have Mikado, and Mikado is all about the radio characterization techniques that we had on decommissioning. So they try to focus on the gaps and needs of the nuclear industry when it comes to characterization, radiological characterization of some isotopes, some materials on site when we deal with the decommissioning operations. CleanDEM is all about the robotics. They successfully made this nice unmanned ground vehicle that could be deployed on site to characterize and to make sure that we map facility to decommission. There is a follow-up project called Accessibility that I will tell you a little bit more about, and we will be meeting today, actually later on this afternoon. And you will be able to meet the coordinator, Morgan, who will be present at DigiDECOM if you are attending DigiDECOM. Innoforgraph is a project that was dealing solely with the graphite moderated reactors and trying to find, identify new technologies and methodologies to characterize and to dismantle graphite bricks. LD Safe is about laser cutting of reactors, and both Innoforgraph and LD Safe do not have follow-up projects, but they continued their activities within their own consortium independently of the European Commission. Pleiades is about the digital platform and the ontology for applications for the decommissioning. It also has a follow-up project called Dorado, and we will be meeting in a couple of minutes actually after this one. And finally, Harpers is a slightly different project because this one is not technological. It's what we call coordination and support action, and it's all about trying to bring together different entities to assess and evaluate the advantages of harmonization of the different rules we have when it comes to decommissioning and waste management. And there are three important topics. One is cross-border facilities, for example, cross-border cooperation, let's say. We have the deployment of advanced technology methodologies, because sometimes we realize that we have innovations we struggle to deploy while they are very good innovations, and the biggest issue usually is the regulation. And the last one is the circular economy and how we could take into account the circular economy aspects when it comes to decommissioning and when it comes to valorizing the waste that comes from decommissioning. Well, I added a couple of slides here, but I think the five first have already ended. The last one, Harpers, will end next year in June. Be sure to mark your calendars. I think they will be very happy to have everyone gathered for the last workshop. I have not told you yet about how the Horizon Euratom program works, but I will have to be very fast on this. Basically what we do is we have 7 years, 5+2 for the extension, and we have usually 4 to 3 work programs. So we had already one work program, 21-22. During that one, we had a list of topics. One topic was on decommissioning, and that was the Harpers project. 23, 24, 25 was our last work program. We have a list of topics that's published, and in that list of topics we have like indicative number of projects that will be selected and a budget allocated, and everyone is encouraged to form a consortium and to submit a proposal. The proposals are evaluated by independent experts, and then those who are positively evaluated will get the co-funding. Co-funding means that the European Commission gives some money, and the other entities have to complement that money. So in the last work program, 23, 24, 25, we had the partnership EURA2, but we also had a couple of other actions dedicated to decommissioning and to valorization of the waste. So the newcomers are the ones I already mentioned. Accessibility, the follow-up of CleanDEM. This one is dealing with the robotics that could be the robots that could be deployed on site for the decommissioning. They will try to also incorporate some of the achievement that we had with Pleiades for the digital platform digital platform for decommissioning. Dorado is the follow-up of Pleiades, and they will try to continue the valuable work that was done by Pleiades. And those two project consortia know each other and they work together. So they're quite complementary. The two others are projects I haven't mentioned yet, but I realize from the other speakers I watched so far that they can be also meaningful to the NNA. So Parkoval is about the trying to assess how we could actually make some catalysts using radioactive palladium for the capture of CO2. So far, we could not have done that because some of the member states prevent use of radioactive materials for catalysts in conventional industry. So what they are trying to assess is, could we use actually radioactive palladium that we could retrieve from the industry, from the waste, to synthesize some catalysts that we could use for the capture of CO2. Malar is about the separation of rare earth materials, and I saw a couple of slides mentioning that topic. So they try to find a way to use the same, valorize the waste from it. So these two, I know that no Norwegian entities are involved in it. Maybe it could be interesting for you to be, I don't know, end users at least. I'm jumping on, I still have like 3 minutes. I will try to go fast. So radioactive waste management. So these ones, for this topic, over the last 5 years, we had two very important projects, EURAD and PREDIS. EURAD was our first joint program, radioactive waste management. It's a big partnership, 5 times smaller than Eurofusion, but still the second big one. And we had a very nice, in my opinion, it went very well because this was a first of a kind, first joint program. Everyone was very happy with the achievements we had. For once, we had everyone working on waste management gathered in the same consortium and working on the same topics, because in the end, everyone has to deal with the waste eventually. PREDIS started 1 year after that, and it focused on the pre-disposal operations for low and intermediate waste, namely the conditioning, the transport, the monitoring of waste canisters, and all of these issues, the treatment of the waste as well. Well, something was messed up with my slides, sorry about that. So I will try to go very fast on this. The biggest challenge when it comes to EURAD was to try to bring together different entities and stakeholder group with very different interests. We had small inventory countries, we had large inventory countries, we have countries with no power plants, countries with only medical waste, countries who had strategies involving building new power plants, and others that went phasing out from nuclear power. So all of these differences have to be taken into account in a large partnership. And of course, the other challenge was to have regulators, implementers, civil society groups, research entities, all working together toward the same objective. It could have been a failure. It was a big success, in my opinion, again. I will have to skip a couple of slides, apologies. So we had many entities, as I already mentioned. We had, I think in EURAD 2 now, we have 146 entities, including the associated ones and everything. This is for EURAD 1, so some of the countries are missing. Now, in the EURAD 2, we have Norway, we have Italy, we have Estonia, we have others that joined the consortium. So, and EURAD is basically growing after 5 years, and we do hope that we will continue growing for the next partnerships. PREDIS, on the other hand, was, well, it's basically the same consortium, but working on different topics. And this one was a little bit more technical in the sense that it was focused on very specific issues. And the way it was built was that it addressed problematic waste streams, the organic liquid waste, the solid liquid waste, the metallic waste, and the monitoring of concrete waste canisters and packages, sorry. And then they had different way of working, but now the aim is to incorporate and include PREDIS directly in EURAD 2 as one brick of the full roadmap. So EURAD 2 is built and structured around different steps in waste management, from the siting process, the pre-disposal operation, the inventory establishment, but also till the remediation and the liberation of the siting. So all of these aspects come together with PREDIS, and PREDIS will be represented as one brick of that big roadmap, but it's more than that roadmap, and I encourage you actually to go and check the roadmap on the website of EURAD 2. I will again have to skip a couple of slides. I have 2 slides on the added value of EURA to the member states. To be honest, I won't have time to cover everything, so I would encourage you simply to go and check. The slides are available, I guess, so everyone can check them. Well, on this first slide, maybe very quickly, the added value for the different member states, if we are able to provide training courses and networking for everyone, I think EURA could be a very good opportunity to build competences and skills for the new generation of scientists. We are trying to have this mentorship system because we already have this first generation of PhD students. We will have a new second partnership, and the previous ones could mentor somehow the new ones. And we have maybe way too many nice deliverables with a lot of information in it that will be available for everyone that's joining the consortium. So I think it's a very important partnership when it comes to building knowledge, preserving knowledge, but also to provide everyone with a platform for competences and skills and training on waste management. When it comes to the SIMS, this is a very important aspect that we have to include in EURA 2. We try to address one of the requirements of the partnerships, the European ones, is it has to have an added value for everyone. So the partnership is not meant for the big inventory member states. These ones have the budget to do it actually on their own. They don't really need EURA 2. EURA 2 is the most valuable for those that are struggling to build up the competences, the skills, or lack the knowledge, or lack the equipment and the facilities. And this is why EURA can be very valuable for the small inventory member states, but also the early stage ones. The one that would like now to have a fleet of nuclear power plants, for example, with all of the hype about the SMRs. Some of them lack the expertise to understand how an SMR works. Some numbers about EURA so that everyone can grasp the size of it. So I told you, when I looked at the numbers about Eurofusion, EURA is basically 1/5 of that, more or less. Sadly, not in budget. The way you had EURA 2, I already told you a lot about EURA 2, but we already had the kickoff 2 weeks ago. For now, we only have the budget, half of the budget, maybe less than half. We only know the budget for till 25, and we will know the full budget next year when we get the extension. I won't be able to tell you all about the different work packages here that I have on this slide, but this is a very brief screenshot of what EURA 2 look like. Maybe very briefly, we have ASTRA about the alternative waste management solutions, for example, deep boreholes or boreholes, shallow ones. We have FORSAF for the SMRs. We have, remind me, Reka, which one is DigiDECOM 2030 about digital twins and digital applications. Sudoku about the near surface repositories. Those one are more urgent than the geological repositories, for example. And we have, well, I won't list them all, but these might be interesting for the Norwegians. Well, upcoming events and useful links, I have only one to mention. FISA or Red Waste SNTP Forum will take place next year, 12 to 16 May 25, under the Polish presidency of the Council of the EU. It takes place every 3 years, and it's a big opportunity for everyone to join us to we will showcase all of the achievements over the last 3 years of the Euratom Research and Training Program, and we will have dedicated activities and side events for the young generation of researchers. We will have one day of technical tours, and of course there will be many opportunities to network and to be interacting with the community, with the Euratom community. The Cordis platform, this is a platform from the EC on which you can check all of the results that have been accumulated over the years since the Euratom Research and Training Program exists, with all of the running or past projects we had. So you can check it, and you can access all of the information you need about all of the projects. And that's it, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Please.
Thank you very much. So my name is Martin Hjelmeland from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. I'm just wondering if you can explain a bit about this difference between Euratom and Horizon Europe. Because within Horizon Europe, there are so many green projects, green shipping, etc., that could be applicable for nuclear research as well. But there seems to be this border wall between green research on the one side and nuclear research on the other side. Is there any way to bridge this gap, or how do you foresee things moving on?
So, I think the next speaker will tell you a little bit more about the EU green taxonomy. Nuclear activities are indeed included in the taxonomy. So nuclear energy and nuclear activities are supposed to be green, according to the European Commission. However, when it comes to funding for research projects, for historical reasons, we always decided that everything nuclear will be Euratom and everything non-nuclear will be Horizon Europe. There are some synergy that we are trying to promote, because somehow back then, before everything changed for the nuclear industry over the last 5 years, I would say, we were encouraged, us from Euratom side, to be a little bit more cross-cutting, to include other applications than nuclear, while they have been never encouraged to include nuclear activities. So there is a wall. The wall is still there, and Horizon Europe will not fund nuclear activities. But there are discussions, for example, to have the EIB, I think, the European Investment Bank, encouraging more funding of nuclear activities. That's the only new opportunities to fund from the EC side nuclear research. Other than that, Horizon Europe will not fund any nuclear applications, no.
Is it a political decision?
I think so.
Yeah. And politics can change.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, as already announced, the next speaker is Janusz Schweg.
Good morning, everybody. I try to speak fast, not to take the whole break. And I would like to repeat the statement of the Norwegian professor. I'm retired, and what you will see is my own idea. And the colleague before me represented the DG RTD, and he is responsible for what he says. The arrow? Okay. I will skip this one. I will talk about two things fastly, I hope. About this taxonomy, which can be important in the financing, as the colleague from DG RTD mentioned. And then some ideas about why the international cooperation can be important for Norway. We know that it's important from the Halden reactor project, but in the future. What is the taxonomy? You can look up it in the dictionary, and all taxonomies are classification systems. But this green taxonomy is a tool to have the green transition in the EU member states. It's a systematic classification system to direct investments into the environmentally sustainable economic activities. And to help investors, before they decide on the investment, to have a well-informed decision. I would like to emphasize that taxonomy is not at all about nuclear or gas. It's mainly about forestry, electricity and heat production, a lot of other industrial activities which are responsible for about 80% of the CO2 emission or greenhouse gas emission in the EU. I won't go into details. You can find it in the taxonomy navigator as Excel files. Depending on your industry, you find all the rules. It was introduced in two phases. First came into effect in 2022, and the second one in 2023. The second one included nuclear energy and the good gas. It's called good gas because all the gas power stations which use methods which produce less CO2 than the normal ones. I would like to emphasize that the second phase is at the court now. Austria together with Greenpeace, made a court case against the Commission. And the first hearings were just 1 or 2 weeks ago. And the final decision will be sometimes early next year. And the Austrian claim is to eliminate nuclear and the gas from the taxonomy. We shall see. Just shortly, the main idea of the taxonomy is to have 6 climate and environmental objectives. You see that the most important is the climate change mitigation, which actually means that we prefer activities. First, think about electricity generation technologies, not forestry. We are always thinking about when working the nuclear in electricity generation. Less CO2 emission. The second one is climate change adaptation, which means that, for example, if the river levels will be lower, then you can cope with that. The nuclear is not very good in that. Sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources and so on. The idea that all economic activities in the taxonomy have so-called technical screening criteria. This is kind of a set of conditions corresponding to the 6 objectives. You can think about these like licensing conditions in the nuclear. And if all conditions defined in the corresponding technical screening criteria set are fulfilled, then the so-called do no significant harm condition is fulfilled. So it's not damaging the environment or human health. Just quickly, when can you put an activity into the taxonomy? First of all, it has to contribute to one of the objectives significantly, like renewables produce less CO2 or zero. It doesn't do any significant harm to the others, because if I'm good in this thing but destroy the others, then I'm not very positive in this area. The last 2 sentences, the original taxonomy expert group didn't recommend the inclusion of nuclear energy into the taxonomy, basically because they claim that the high-level waste and spent nuclear fuel final disposal is not solved at all. Later, the Commission tasked JRC to prepare a report on the do no significant harm analysis of nuclear energy. I participated in this preparation of this report. It was in 2 volumes. The first was about nuclear energy in general. The second was about spent fuel and high-level waste disposal, basically about the deep repositories. Just the conclusion shortly. We have used some very recent and very reliable references from France, from Nordic countries, from Switzerland, and then we didn't do any new life cycle analysis. We had to synthesize what is the state of the art. And this what came out, that nuclear cannot be classified as less favorable as the renewables, and all the figures sustain this. And on the second volume, you can read that the safest method is for the final disposal is the deep geological final repository. First of all, after the closure, these repositories are passively safe. they do not need any supervision, and the do no significant harm criterion is fulfilled with a very large margin. What kind of activity is supported by the taxonomy regulation, which is in effect now? The first two doesn't concern Norway, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your soul. Construction of and safe operation of new large nuclear power plants, basically generation 3 and generation 3 plus, to produce hydrogen and electricity. The second one is lifetime extension. It turns out that the cheapest way is to save CO2 emissions is to extend the existing plants. The third one can be interesting for Norway because that supports research and development activities for innovative electricity generation facilities, including advanced reactor designs and small and modular reactors. For some reasons, the taxonomy text, the regulation, mentions the lead-cooled fast reactors because that's the old love of the French nuclear, because now they gave up the sodium, but something funny must be, it must be developed. It's just a comment. You must be reminded that this was a very, very complex political deal between France and Germany. France was for nuclear, Germany was for the gas, but also it was before the war broke out. So the final decisions were made in 2021 and 22. My colleague from DG RTD mentioned that the regulation allows, under very strict conditions, to use public, governmental and EU funds to finance nuclear projects in the EU, research and development projects, and even like lifetime extension project. France wants to use such kind of money extensively for the lifetime extension. And the continued Euratom funding for the Generation 4 reactors and SMRs is ensured. So this can be, the colleague mentioned EBRD, which is a very, very interesting development because EBRD was financing nuclear projects, but not in the EU, in Ukraine and everywhere else. Okay, let's speed a bit. It is just to remind you that the taxonomy regulation is in full effect in Norway, because now it's in the EEA agreement, and this year, or the last year, it came to force also in Norway. Just shortly, some views about the international research and development cooperation needs for Norway. I don't have to remind you that it's very limited to have access in Norway. After closing all the reactors, practically there is no large research reactor in the Nordic area. Studsvik was gone. Years ago, Sweden didn't have any more, and Finland, I think, decommissioned the Trigger reactor in Helsinki a long time ago. Norway is associated with Horizon Europe, but as it was mentioned, Horizon is for non-nuclear projects. And it's not a member of the ITER, but some universities are associated with Eurofusion. A good news is that Norway is member of the ESS, the big spallation source, to be started up in 2027, hopefully. Hopefully it will not be like the Jules Horowitz reactor, which is starting up all the time 10 years from now, in the last 15 years. But the situation in the EU is not bright either, if the reactors are considered. Some large research reactors are still in operations, like the HFR in Petten or the BR2 in Belgium, but the HFR is to be closed down very soon. That's a decision from the Commission and also from the Netherlands government. The good news is that two large material testing isotope production research reactors are under construction. First is the Jules Horowitz reactor, and the other one is the Pallas. It's already, I can testify, I was working in Petten, so they are working on it like real Dutchmen. I mean, probably the history will note that the Pallas will be first in this competition. They are basically focusing on the isotope production for medical use. Okay. I won't repeat what my colleague said about Euratom, but I would like to remind you that UK and Switzerland was previously part of the Euratom. And in the coffee break, our colleague can tell you why they are not right now. They are negotiating, and I don't know what was actually the reason, because when the Brexit happened, UK promised to stay. And this happened also with the ITER. UK is out. They will spend their money on their own, they say. But I am curious to hear about it. Yeah, actually, it was. You can comment on that if we have time for that.
Yes, we have a hard Yeah, I will comment now because I have to leave. I have the Dorado meeting starting already. UK left the negotiating table already. They will not be associated with the Euratom. They will be associated with Horizon Europe. And they decided not to be associated with the Euratom. Swiss negotiations are ongoing. We don't have the update yet. They might get, normally there are some positive signs that they will get associated with the Euratom as well. But the UK left.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The reason why I mentioned these two countries is that maybe the example of Switzerland can be a good example for Norway. UK is a different business with the Brexit because you were wise enough not to join the EU, so you don't have to leave. So the next one, to conclude, because these were already discussed by my colleague before. What I can say is kind of a repetition, the lecture of my colleague, that with participating in Euratom projects, you can join a network of high professional standards and to have access to infrastructure which is out of scope of Norway in this situation and out of scope of other countries as well. So just a joint. This is what I thought, and this is the end of the story. What can be interesting for you? Development of, could be interesting for you, development of small SMRs, safe management of radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel. I would like to remind you that the regulator must be kind of enforced with the new capabilities and capacities. And currently there is a discussion or procedure about having a TSO, technical support organization. The new applications of nuclear technology are everywhere on hot topic, like the nuclear ships, which could be very important for Norway as a big oil shipping country, space research, nuclear medical applications. Somebody mentioned the cyclotrons. You can use also cyclotrons for producing medical isotopes, but not for all. Okay, these are my closing remarks, and sorry for taking the coffee break. Well, you can see from the presentations everywhere that the nuclear industry and research comes to life in the EU for several reasons. Taxonomy regulation is one of them, but also other political factors affect. You are now at a nuclear competence crossroads, and if you decide to maintain and develop nuclear competences, then EU and Euratom can be a prospective partner. Enhanced nuclear cooperation with the EU can give Norway access to large research facilities. And the last sentence is that nuclear energy in the EU will live through this century, because the new reactors are constructed for at least 60 years. So for Norway, it's really worthwhile considering to invest human and financial capital into this technology, but the decision is entirely yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Thank you very much. Any questions for him before we?
Where is the coffee?
Yes. Now it's the coffee break. We take 15 minutes coffee break, and it's just outside here in the kitchen on the right side. So we meet here after 15 minutes. Okay, we are ready to start. You find the places, we will start immediately. Thank you very much. The two next, so to say, presentations will be videos. So we will postpone them until the reception. So we go directly to the presentation by Martin Andreasson, which is Director at the Communications Sector at NND, Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning in Norway. So Martin's presentation will be on decommissioning in Norway and the whole new nuclear competence. So the floor is yours, Martin.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and it's a pleasure to see so many people, distinguished people in this hall. And yes, I tried to inhale the apple cake, and that was not a smart idea, but yeah. It was very good though. And still some left in the throat, I guess. Well, yeah, the theme for this was kind of a complete new system, and just one picture. Most of you know all about this, but maybe some of you need this information. The history of nuclear in Norway is that there have been two sites with 4 research reactors built. The first one was built in Kjeller outside of Oslo, the Jeep 1. And it was commissioned in 1951, very early. And the second one is built here in Halden, beside the paper mill, and it was decommissioned in 1959. These 2 research reactors or sites have been closed down since 2018 and 2019. And when, let's see, And then when you hear about the Norwegian history and the NND, it's easy to think that it's about decommissioning. And it's about decommissioning, but it's also about a little bit more. But first, I would like to just... I had some... I have a window. It's stuck.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
There we go. Thank you. There we go. The first thing I would like to state is the obvious, but working with decommissioning does not imply that we are against nuclear. It's just one part of a natural part of a reactor's life cycle. If you want to build a reactor, you really need to have a good plan for also how you want to decommission it. So it's a natural part of a nuclear life cycle. What I also started with to say is that the NND is more than just decommissioning. If you see what we are doing, you kind of see symbols of the Scheller site and Halden site on the left-hand side. These are the reactors and the fuel bunker building and the storage and the laboratories. And when we dismantle these facilities, we will create radioactive waste. This waste will partly be sorted and conditioned at site, but we are also planning to have a central facility for handling radioactive waste. Most of the waste that will be produced will go to ordinary waste facilities. It will be building rubbish, and depending on how you do the sorting, between 10 and 1% will be radioactive waste. We are planning to build, and let me say this also, that the radioactive waste facilities that we have in Norway today are not, they are not built to handle decommissioning waste, so we will have to build new facilities. We are planning to build new storage facilities for intermediate and low-level waste, and we are planning to build also for spent nuclear fuel. This is also in waiting for the next step, that is the repositories, the final repositories. And we have not decided yet what kind of repositories, but we are looking into the Swedish SKB or KBS3 method. We are looking into deep boreholes, and there will be a decision on what kind of solutions we will have to go for in the Norwegian system. So this is just to show that when it comes to decommissioning Norway, the dismantling part is kind of the small part. The big part is that we also have a responsibility to plan for the waste management routes that are not really there today. I got this one again. So to make up a summary, there are three main things that NND is working with. The first one is that we are planning to take over the nuclear facilities from IFE. So we will be an organization that are licensed to handle nuclear facilities, and this is something that it's a new thing for the state, and there are a lot of regulations that needs to be filled. Everything from, I would say, one of the things that are mostly important is the competence from us. I mean, the Norwegian case is that we have competence, but it's not a big pool of competence. So it's very, very important for NND to say that we need competence to be able to handle the nuclear facilities. We are also aimed to dismantle the facilities, and we do work a lot with the storage and the repository issues. And at the bottom, we are at the same time also building a new state agency. And when it comes to have a state agency, there are a lot of regulations when it comes to procurement laws and everything else that needs to be in place. So these are the four kind of pillars, or three pillars, and the base that we're building the NND on. At the moment, we are working very much with a transition of the nuclear facilities from IFE to NND. The plan, and let's see if we get there, but the plan is still to transfer the nuclear reactor and the site at Halden from IFE to NND by this year, end of this year. And we are at the moment waiting for the regulatory body to either say that NND is fit to get the license or not. And if before that, we can just wait. And when the regulatory body gives their say, it has to go to the government. And then the government will say that this is something that we want to do, or maybe say that that is something that we don't want to do. We really have no indications that there will be big problems, but of course there are a lot of things that we need to have control over. And it's the first time in Norwegian history that we are kind of moving a license from one organization to another organization. We will also live in a new environment when it comes to for the first time in Norway, we will have two different bodies that have license in Norway, because IFE is still licensed to have the site at Kjeller, and if we get there, we will have IFE license to have a nuclear facility in Kjeller, and NND license to have nuclear facilities in Halden. So it'll be a new environment to work in, very exciting. And to kind of wrap it up and do the connection to the DigiDECOM conference, NND has also worked quite a bit with information handling and IT solutions. A lot of decommissioning and planning, because that's the phase we are in right now, is about how to handle information. Historic information, laboratory information, when it comes to planning, project management, a lot of information needs to be handled at the same time. And if you see this very overarching sketch, we can, all our needs has come down to three different balls. One is the base is Nuc IKT, and this is a completely new IT environment that we're building in-house to be able to handle information that is the easy part is our office information. Then it comes to information that we have to handle that are security critical. So we have different levels of security in the IT infrastructure that we are building up. Then we are working together with the private vendors to build this fleet, and this is the information system that we will use when we both decommission the plants and also when we are in the process of storage the radioactive waste. And on top of this, and this is quite a new ball, the one on the top, that we are now planning to have kind of a big program when it comes to digitization. When we have get the information, we are now asking questions to ourselves: how can we utilize the information in a way that we can do our processes in a more efficient way? And this is something that I guess you will hear more about at a later stage this week. One of the things that we are doing is that we are scanning all our facilities. This is a picture of a scan that we did on a facility that now is gone, and it's the ATL, where we earlier tested experiments before we put them into the reactor. So this does not exist anymore, but we have a copy of it on a digital level. So, and now we're working to take these scanned pictures and make them into models also. And this is something that we are working with both at the reactor in Halden and in Kjeller, and I would say also at Kildra. So we are handling a lot of different kinds of information. So this is a very, very big overview of what kind of information sources that we need to handle. And the aim is to have this more or less integrated, so you can get the right information at the right time, and that you also are able to, over time, be able to go back and see what kind of information or what kind of waste came from where in the reactor. So we have full control of all the inventory, also after it has been decommissioned. And my last slide is just to say that when we have the Nuke IKT, the infrastructure, when we have the fleet, the software that actually do the work when it comes to 3D modeling and handle the facilities, we have also now the possibility to take this to the next step and actually put the information to use in an interesting and good way. And of course, there will be applications with VR and AR and XR. We are looking into using robots when it comes to both scanning, but perhaps also handling waste and do other works. So we are just on the start of the journey, and it is still a young organization. We are very thrilled to be a part of the nuclear family, and we think this is, when it comes to information handling, it's very important to us, and when it comes to competence, that's at the core of what we do. So I want to thank for the possibility to be here and present NND for this audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Is it any questions for Martin?
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, or next presentation, is being carried out by Håvard Christiansen, which is the CTO of Norsk Kjernekraft. And the title is Nuclear Energy in Norway. The floor is yours, Håvard.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Nice to see so many familiar faces here today. My name is Håvard Christiansen. I work at Norsk Kjernekraft, which means Norwegian Nuclear Power. We're a private-owned company who aims to enable the construction of nuclear power plants in Norway, along with energy companies and industry in Norway. I will briefly go through why we believe nuclear power should be a part of the energy mix in Norway and some of the information that we have produced so far during our work. On the screen here we see an example of how a nuclear power plant could look in Norway. It shows 4 small modular reactors in the top of the facility there, and then on the right-hand side there's underground repository entrance for nuclear waste, and then to the left there are some storage facilities for radioactive waste, which we have drawn based on the concepts that NND has published before about what their needs are. So in this facility we could have both power production and also waste management. When we started working on nuclear power in Norway 2 years ago, we had to spend quite a lot of time explaining that nuclear power is a sustainable energy source. These days we don't spend as much time on that because we feel like that has been sort of accepted in the broad public. But 2 very good sources of information to support that claim are these 2 reports from the Joint Research Council of the European Union and from the United Nations. So anyone who is interested in that can look those up. One question that we do still spend some time on is the question, does Norway need more electricity? And I usually use this chart to show that the answer is yes. What this chart shows is the energy use in Norway. And in gray is shown oil and gas and a little bit of coal, and in blue is electricity. And there is actually more gray than blue in the figure. There's more oil and gas consumed in Norway than there is electricity. And the green transition is all about removing the gray from the figure. And to do that without reducing our economic well-being, we need to produce a lot more electricity. And to illustrate the scale, if we look at the bottom column there, which says transportation, at the bottom of that, which is in the middle there, there's a little blue splash at the bottom of the column that shows the energy use of our electric cars in Norway. And each year we spend about 4 billion euros subsidizing electric cars, and the result is shown at the bottom of the middle column. Or if we look at oil and gas, it shows that the oil and gas sector uses about 60 terawatt hours of gas each year. And that's 4 times as much as all of the wind power produced in Norway. So the scale here is quite huge. Another reason why we need nuclear is that it can produce regardless of the weather. And both the Energy Directorate and our transmission system operator has shown that we are approaching a situation where we cannot make the production and consumption on the grid match in situations where it is cold and not a lot of wind. And nuclear can help in that situation. I don't think I'll go through this entire slide here, but last year the transmission system operator Statnett published a report that described what would have to take place for us to reach our climate goals, basically if we did not do nuclear. And it is quite staggering the amount of new technologies that we would have to use, including hydrogen production and battery, etc. Recently, NVE has also published similar reports that show basically that we need a lot of luck if we're to do this without nuclear. So there's a strong case for considering nuclear, but the question is, how do we do it? And that's much of what I spend my time on. So one of the things we've done is we asked KSU, which is the Swedish company that trains people that work at the nuclear power plants in Sweden and also in other countries. We asked them to produce a report for us that described how many employees do we need at the nuclear power plant with 1 to 4 SMRs. What kind of competences do they need to have? How long does it take to recruit them, train them, etc. And it's really interesting, and it's available on our website. It shows that about half of the people that work at the nuclear power plant are process operators. They're not nuclear scientists. We would need a handful of physicists and chemists. But it's really one of the conclusions that are drawn from the report is that a person who has worked at an oil and gas platform could have a good basis for working at a nuclear power plant with some training, about 18 months of training. And more broadly, I think it shines through, at least in the report, that a country that has a lot of oil and gas industry has a good basis for starting doing nuclear as well. I got an error here, let's see. Oh, yeah, it also shows a bit about how we could organize the organization we need to run a nuclear power plant. Yeah. We've written a 96-page report about the Norwegian framework for nuclear power. It's been described as the most boring report ever written, which I think is fair. There's a lot of laws in there. The main finding from the report is that Norway has the main laws and regulations that you need to do nuclear. We do not have a precedence for how to use it to build and operate nuclear power plants. but we have signed all the international conventions that are required to do a nuclear power program. We have a nuclear regulator that has about 160 employees. Just to compare, in Finland, the regulator has about 400 employees. So it's not such a far stretch. So that report is also available at our website, and if you want to know, just go in and check it out. It's about my second to last slide, I think. Nowadays, the main objection to nuclear in Norway is regarding costs and also time. So the question is, will it cost too much and will it take too long? We like to show to a recent report from the US Department of Energy, which shows that they show this figure and many other figures as well. They show that the first reactor that you build is always expensive, the first version of any reactor, because you make a lot of mistakes, you don't have a trained workforce, you're doing something that you haven't done before. And then as you go through and do it several times, the cost reduces about 65%. And everybody is talking about the first cost, the reactor of the first reactor, and really nobody is talking about the last one. And when we say, do we want nuclear power in Norway or not, we have to ask, what will the last cost be, the 35% cost? Because if we do nuclear, we will not build one reactor, but tens of reactors. So to sum up with this brief intro, we do have a lot of info at our website. We have a lot of info that is not on our website as well. So please just reach out, and I would be happy to work with anyone interested in the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Håvard, for an interesting presentation. Are there any questions to Håvard? Yes.
Thank you, Håvard. Can you please tell the audience a little bit of the short story about Halden Kjernekraft also?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Åsmund. So the way we work in Norsk Kjernekraft to try to our business model is to, one, make nuclear power become a part of the energy mix in Norway, and then two, have a stake in the projects that are realized. So our first project that we have taken a stake in is in Halden, along with Halden Kommune and Østfold Energi, which is the regional power company. And here we are developing a project in Halden. We have signed an agreement with a landowner. We have, after having mapped the entire municipality to find a suitable site, and we have sort of developed the project justification based on the regional power demands and the regional energy situation. And we're working along with Halden municipality and Østfold Energi to make that project move further.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ole. The next presentation is online, and is Berta Pikamal. She's a legal international relations director at the Nuclear Europe, and her presentation will focus on the situation in European Union, shift in policy and political debate. Sorry. The floor is yours,
Okay.
please.
Okay, good morning. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Well, thank you very much for inviting us to take the floor today. Thank you very much for hold on a second. I'm just going to turn off. Yeah. So you hear me, right?
Yes, we hear you. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, good. So I'm going to go through several slides that I have prepared for today, and I am delighted to be with you. Unfortunately, only virtually. I would have liked to be in Norway today, but no, we didn't have the chance to travel. I'm just going to start sharing my presentation. I think, and you can just let me know when you see it on your screens. I think it's coming up soon, at least that's what Teams says.
We can see it.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I don't see it in my screen, but that's fine. Sometimes technicalities. So yeah, I'm going to go through some slides. I'll try to skip to the time because I understand that you've gained some time. So I'm not going to put you again in trouble time-wise. But I'm going to try to somehow explain the situation in the European Union, this shift in policy and the political debate. Yeah, I've been following this since this morning, and I think that it's very exciting times for Norway and for the rest of Europe at large, not only the European Union. And I'm also very happy to have heard from Janos this morning that the nuclear industry is back to life. So I didn't know that I was dead, but yeah, happy to be back to life. I'm just going to explain a little bit who we are. So Nuclear Europe is an association of associations. So we do represent the national nuclear associations around the European Union and some non-European Union member states. So you see, for example, the UK. It was mentioned the UK since Brexit, they left the Union, but they have not left the association. And we also have the Ukrainian Nuclear Association. Just hold on a second with me because I think that there is a problem with my presentation. Do you see the slides or not? Okay. Okay, now it comes. Okay, good. Okay, so as I was saying, those are national associations, of which 3 are not in the European Union: Ukraine, Switzerland, and the UK. The next slide is basically presenting a sort of a business card of who we are. In the end, is 99 nuclear reactors in the European Union, which employ directly, indirectly, and induced million jobs with a turnover annually of 100 billion euros a year. And most importantly, I think that has to be reminded that 24% of the electricity production, at least in 2023, was coming from nuclear. And as we are talking about decarbonization of the European economy at large, also very important to keep in mind that currently nuclear accounts for almost half of the low carbon electricity in the European Union. And this has come to light this weekend, especially because Germany, that, as you know, phased out nuclear some years ago, did not have any wind nor any sun, and they were highly dependent on fossil fuels, and hence they needed to also import nuclear production from other countries, neighboring countries. This is, again, in 2023, so only last year, the repetition of the different sources of energy in the Union. And again, nuclear comes first in percentage, followed by wind, gas, hydro, and so on and so forth. So again, in the European Union, you also have to see that some countries, like your own country in Norway, you're very lucky to have installed capacity with hydro, but not all the countries have this possibility. So they do have to develop their own energy mix with fossil-free or low carbon technologies. It has also been mentioned over the presentations today. Nuclear is more than just power. It's health. So I've witnessed the different presentations about the need for increased production of radioisotopes for many different applications in the health industry, in the health system, but also industry, agriculture, science at large. And this is also something that needs to be put back to the population. Nuclear energy is not only about electricity production; it does feed in so many other sectors of activity. And when we talk about nuclear as such in the reactor, so large reactors, small modular reactors, microreactors, advanced reactors. We have a plethora of different technologies that are being put in place now. It's district heating, it's hydrogen production, it's production of clean water, it's new chemical processes. So it's the whole ecosystem that needs to be put into the equation. And now, I always like including this this kind of slide on the electricity maps. I don't know if you have had the chance to ever look at this, but it's very striking, the different CO2 emissions by countries in the world, but I focus myself in the European Union. And you will see that those countries which have an increased capacity with low carbon technologies, with a combination of hydro, nuclear, or renewables nuclear, are the greenest in the economy. And the brownest that you see, for example, Poland, which is heavily dependent on coal. But as I said, Germany this weekend did not have any wind nor sun, because we do have to remind that sun does not always shine, not 24 hours a day. And they were heavily dependent on fossil fuels, especially on gas, but also on coal. I understand that this is a little bit of the difficult slide, but all these spots that you see here on your screen are hourly CO2 intensity emissions in the different countries. And again, best in class, you see yourself Norway at the bottom of this chart, together with Sweden, for example, Switzerland as well, and France. And again, this is the best combination of the installed capacity that you can have, hydro with others. Low carbon technologies, I mean. Now, when we talk about these nuclear, let's say this political shift in the European Union, is that there are many different factors that helped the member states of the European Union think about nuclear again. And one of the best, I would say, outcomes of long years of discussing with member states was this event that took place in Paris last year, a year and a half ago, where there is this nuclear alliance of the EU member states that came together and say, we need in the European Union 150 gigawatts of electricity capacity from nuclear, versus roughly today 100 with the 99 reactors that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. This will have to continue to be pursued with European institutions, and many mentions were being given today about the taxonomy, about the need for investment, the involvement of the European Investment Bank. But not only this, but there are many initiatives on which we have to insist that nuclear is also included: the Just Transition Fund, the Invest EU, and you name them. And I think that we have also to insert ourselves in this global level of the COP28. And by the way, today, the COP29 started in Baku. And last year in Abu Dhabi, we were saying that we need to triple nuclear by 2050 at global level. When we come back again to the European Union, yes, there is a shift in EU balance of powers, the alliance of the member states, as I was mentioning, but there are also very interesting developments in the European Union with Estonia, for example, Denmark, and also Greece. I was attending the first ever Greek Nuclear Association event about a month ago, where also Greece needs to think about what can be done in nuclear. Everything comes to how can we make things change at political level in the Union. And obviously, one is the Nuclear Alliance of the member states. The other one, as you have probably heard, is about Mario Draghi's report on the competitiveness of the European economy at large, and the role that was given to nuclear in that sense. And you probably know that we're going through the different hearings of the commissioners that will form the European Commission as from January 2025. But a key message that was given by Ursula von der Leyen at a non-nuclear event, because you know how easy it is to speak good about nuclear when you are talking to nuclear people. It is less easy to do it when you're not in a nuclear context. But she mentioned in this GlobeSec forum late August that we have to produce more of our own energy, more renewable, more nuclear, more efficiency. For us, that was key. And then the Nuclear Alliance continues to work, saying the European Commission needs to do this and that and the rest. And this is, in this slide you have, I will not go through the text itself, but they basically encourage the European Commission to take into account what we have nowadays, which is the Euratom Treaty. The Euratom Treaty is very clear on what needs to be done, and the European Commission, and I encourage my good friend Saif to take advantage of that, but I know that he is always doing this. The Euratom Treaty allows us for development and deployment of nuclear in the Union. It is part of the funding treaties of the European Union, so just let's make a good use of what we have. And last but not least, I will go through the pathways to 2050, the role of nuclear in a low-carbon Europe that we've just published in Nuclear Europe. So basically, we are explaining about the energy trilemma and how nuclear can solve this, decarbonization and sustainability, the security of supply, and the affordability of the electricity that all industries in Europe need. The more nuclear will enable faster decarbonization, lower energy system costs in the long term, the security of supply that we're always talking about, and lower dependence from hydrogen imports. All in all, contributing to this industrial competitiveness of the European Union, but also on the neighboring countries. And this is basically the three scenarios that we're looking at. The 100 is like business as usual, so maintaining the capacity that we have now. The Nuclear Alliance target is going to 150 gigawatts installed capacity, and then obviously the changing paradigm would be doubling the capacity that we have now. The report is available on our website, and I very much encourage you to take a look at it, because this is going to be the basis of our lobbying efforts in the European institutions. And with that, sorry for the 2 minutes overrun. Here is my email address. I thank you for your attention. Do reach out. We will be happy to continue our conversation with the Norwegian colleagues. And with that, I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, Berta. Is there any questions at this point? No questions. Okay, thank you very much again.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Now we go for lunch. Lunch will be served in the same room that we had the coffee. And for your information, we start again 1 o'clock in this room. And also for your information, this all this workshop will be recorded, so you will have a copy of this, each of you. Thank you very much. Okay. Looks like everybody is here now, so let's start the second session of the workshop. And it's a pleasure to introduce Jonas Christiansen Nøland, Associated Professor, and Martin Hjelmeland, Researcher at NTNU. The presentation will be focused on nuclear at NTNU. So, Jonas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to describe a little bit of our activities at NTNU. Here together with my colleague Martin Hjelmeland. So we will first tell you a little bit about NTNU Team Nuclear Energy. You see a picture there of people who are interested in nuclear at NTNU. It's from different disciplines. It's not so much activities there yet, but at least it's established a team with people who are interested in potentially going more into nuclear in the near future. But of course, it's as we discussed earlier, it's very difficult to get funding for research through the Norwegian Research Council because energy research there is not technology neutral, and we have also the same problem with ERC, which is, or you can apply in ERC, but not applied projects like Horizon. It's very distinguished from the Euratom. So we have some work to do to make it possible to actually compete on equal grounds when it comes to research on nuclear, but I hope it will change a lot in the near future. And you also got a member of this SMR Alliance that was established this year. It's quite conservative alliance. Means that instead of doing a lot of fancy engineering, they just want to make Lego bricks and use existing components to make small modular reactors very mature in the 2030s. And you also see the same trend happening on small modular reactors. You see the EDF has now scrapped their newer design, which was a very fancy compact engineering design, and now we're focusing on more standard building like Westinghouse and Hitachi and Rolls-Royce. So we see a trend there going more conservative to make something that maybe is not that fancy, but it can be cost competitive and it can compete much more for the first buyers. Here we see a picture of me together with the research director at IFE is also here, and someone from Norsk Kjernekraft. We are also part of the this internal project at NTNU. So what is happening when there's no research funds? What do you do then? Then you get internal money, and this internal money we got just before they started to cut the money at NTNU, so we were lucky. It was all about timing. If we would try to initiate something like that now, then it would never happen. So we're happy about that, and we hope that we can establish some activities to continue further. And so far, me and Martin, we have been very productive. That was not very, a little bit humility there, but no, not actually. But we have had a lot of publications. Here we have an example of, on the right-hand side, we have a publication that is actually showing the flaws in the methodology of a German research article that tries to dismiss the potential of small modular reactors. So it's happening an ongoing academic debate in the scientific literature. And it was very nice, me and Martin, we were actually telling these German researchers that their models were wrong. And actually those two people, Rollstone and another guy, they thanked us for correcting the flaws in the models that were developed by them. So that's a sign that we are on the right track, that we actually can go into what's happening in the research literature and attack it and help the research to go in the right direction. The idea of this German research was to show that small modular reactors is very, very expensive, but we kind of shows that these assumptions weren't correct. We have also made a publication in the Norwegian Academy of Technical Sciences. We had a chapter there that was kind of last year. That was a alternative view of the report made by the Norwegian industry, Renewables Norway, Rise Energy, and NHO. So that created some controversy, and the rector of NTNU had to resign after she attacked us in the media. Here is another example. This is from the IEEE Power and Energy magazine that was published in this spring. And we see here that we have me and Martin and some other colleagues from, one from Institute of Energy Technology here in Halden and one professor at KTH in Sweden. We published an article that has been well read in one of the biggest power industry associations in the world. And I think this grasped a lot of the attention, so that we also had a big webinar for that society also this spring, where we try to explain the role of small modular reactors in the energy transition. Another side topic we have had in our project is the role of artificial intelligence and data centers. And these are kind of applications that might fit very well for nuclear, because for these type of applications, it's not about the cost of electricity, it's about the cost of not having electricity that is the main driver. And that makes that these sectors that have very, very high value of reliable power, they are willing to pay it, because the product that nuclear can deliver is so valuable for them, so that they don't care that much about the cost. Yes. Another study showing, you can continue.
So thank you. This is another study that we have done, where we looked at a European case study on how the role of nuclear energy can play out. So we have both some theoretical power market additions to the literature, where we've shown that given some certain amount of how the demand in Europe evaluates, whether it's more demand for stable, firm power or more variable power, the value of nuclear energy of providing stable base load can be even more significantly increased in such a European case system. So, and even we did some sensitivity on, I don't think anybody in here knows what nuclear is going to cost in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So we did some sensitivities and found out in a zero emission or a low carbon scenario for Europe in 2050, even expensive nuclear energy has similar cost as to what we built in Olkiluoto 3 in Finland, still could play an important role in the energy system. So highlighting the importance of having a low carbon energy source that can provide this base load electricity. So this was some of the research we have done at our small research team at NTNU. But NTNU is a large university, and we have another project that is going on, where is Professor Jan Emblemsvåg and another group that's working currently on this new pro-ship project. And they also submitted an application for Center for Sustainable and Industrial Nuclear Technology, SAINT. I think we went for the same names as some of the Swedes, so it's a good thing that we're aligned in the Nordics. And Jan, who's not able to be here today, so I'll just give a brief presentation of that project. And the vision of this project is to develop the needed expertise to put Norwegian industry in a position to apply and capitalize SMR technology for maritime applications. And then you might answer, okay, why does maritime or shipping need nuclear? Well, it's because if we were to produce ammonia to replace all the energy requirements by shipping in the world today, you would need almost 3 times the European Union's electricity production. So it's an insane amount of electricity that is needed. So you can see it on the figure on the top here. So green ammonia for shipping, and then you can see the electricity demand for certain parts of regions in the world. Yeah, and primary objects occur in Norway. Norway is a large shipping nation, and just to build onto that competence and expertise that lies within the shipping industry. And I think I don't have a slide showing what kind of partners are joining this project, but the shipping industry in Norway has really opened their arms and joined this project. So that's very, very nice to see. Some of the work packages. This is a collaboration between many different organizations. So we have DNV, University of Bergen, University of Oslo, and IFE as well as part of this this project. So, and here is an outline of what the aim of the project is. So if we're able to get this, we'll start in early 2026 and go on until 2033. And the underlying goal is to basically switch out the heavy fuel oil engine of a ship with a nuclear reactor. So that is sort of like the vision and aim for this project. So I think this shows just a bit the plan forward, and you've seen a little bit of what goes on in NTNU and some of the projects we're involved in, and I think we'll rest from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jonas and Martin. Is there any questions to the presentation? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move to the next presentation. It's been carried out by Istvan Søke, and which is an associated professor at NMBU. And the presentation he will have here now is how does the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center support national nuclear provinces at UiO and NMBU? Istvan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So just to clarify a little bit, in the morning I spoke a little bit with my acting director, head of the Norwegian Nuclear Association, just introducing the association, and with my IFE hat also I showed you some of the unique technologies that we have in Norway, which I think should definitely be preserved because we need them, and probably Norway can make some good money on those technologies, exporting them. I'm speaking a little bit more now. First, as a quick introduction, as one of the deputy directors for the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. You heard about different initiatives, and we heard about initiatives abroad as well. For at least what we see in Nordic countries is that even early on it has been recognized that yes, the nuclear competence is important. You know, while maybe some countries decided to go for nuclear power, others didn't. One thing was common between the Nordic countries is that we should preserve the competence, we should build on this competence, and then various initiatives like the Saint proposal and all these other centers were born. And in Norway, what we have is the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. So from IFE is myself and Liv, you know, sitting in red there, who are working very strongly in this nuclear center. And it's basically a coalition between University of Oslo, and you heard a little bit more about University of Oslo's work from Dag, and NMBU, the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, which I will talk briefly about, and also IFE, Institute for Energy Technology, basically being the three institutes that have the largest nuclear portfolio in their activities. And I have to say that this is, of course, really great that we have this. It's a long-term initiative in Norway to make sure that we are building and preserving the nuclear competence. And, of course, it's not without trouble as in any other countries. So, of course, on one hand, we have this Nuclear Research Center, which is great. On the other hand, some of the other programs in the Norwegian Nuclear Research Council that allowed developments in nuclear were not really continued. So we are still, of course, it makes it even more important, as some of the other speeches we said, to stick together, because we are still struggling to get enough resources, to get enough momentum, so that when we get there, then we actually have the expertise that we need, and also sustain all the other expertise in other areas, non-power applications, that have become even more important. And in some cases we even got a designation that yes, this is you are actually leading the race internationally in specific technologies related to the nuclear. So in this Norwegian Nuclear Research Center, we, as I said before in my previous speech, we had a lot of associated partners. We are starting up a lot of side projects, specifically a lot of PhD and postdoc and other activities that ultimately aiming and increasing the pool of highly knowledgeable people in the nuclear background. And here again we are using this word which is for Norway very important, the nuclearized people, because it has been recognized. When I did go to the so-called career days of NMBU, I talked to a lot of students with very highly enthusiastic and very interested in nuclear. None of them had a nuclear background. They were learning about robotics and they were learning about project management and all other aspects, but they are very interested in nuclear. So I think this kind of programs that we said before, where we can take these people and nuclearize them in a way, give them this extra so that they can use their project management skills, safety management skills, what have you, in the nuclear background, in the nuclear area, that is very important. And John, you actually, just yesterday we talked about this program that's actually aiming about this nuclear management program is aiming exactly about that, taking these people and just give them an overview so that they can actually join us in the nuclear field. So now with my hat of an associate professor at NMBU, unfortunately Deborah or the other people of NMBU couldn't make it today, so they asked me to introduce the NMBU, the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. And you see here from those dates, like the story at us with IFE, we always say that in Norway it started on nuclear very, very early on. We were one of the first nations to really join the nuclear development. And it's the same is true actually for NMBU, as you see that it's quite early on there was very important work in the nuclear area that has started. And this is probably the most important slide in this. This is the CERAD, the Center of Environmental Radioactivity, which was this FF, Norwegian Center of Excellence, is a program in Norway that supports establishment of these large projects that we call center. The Norwegian Nuclear Research Center that I talked to you about is actually such a program. But before that we had one which is a bit more focused on environmental radioactivity that was actually led by the NMBU in collaboration with some other institutes. And in a way, what is very important then, exactly the time when the CERAD Center was ending, we actually got the funding from the Norwegian Research Council for the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. And the great work that was done in CERAD actually continues as a work package under this Nuclear Research Center. So we did not lose that competence. We did not lose the momentum here. We just enlarged it in an even larger program. And what this is about, some of the work that I indicated some slides related to the work that we do at IFE, for instance, and there you will have some more presentations. These are a little bit more on the left side. What happens in the reactor, how to operate these reactors safely. And NMBU's work starts a little bit more on the right side, where if something happens, and let's say something is actually released to the environment, how is it transferred to the environment, to the biota and so on, and ultimately how does it impact our health, how does it result in radiological, biological responses, and ultimately what is the ultimate risk that resulting from these emissions. And this actually became a work package, the RT5 under the new Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. This is and actually I've been working in this field before joining IFE, where one of my main field was to find out what is the relationship between the activities that you may get from releases, typically low dose activities, because they are not on the level of direct responses biologically. And this is exactly the region where we still don't have enough understanding about what is the exact relationship between being exposed to these low levels of radioactivity and ultimately the long-term effects, including cancer risks and so on, that resulting in the interaction between the ionizing radiation and down to the molecular size. And this is actually a big debate still. And NMBU's work is actually very much related to this. If something happens, there's an actual deliberate release or there's an accidental release which may actually spread to the environment. What is the actual effect? And as we know, unfortunately, weather does not respect borders. So if something happens in Ukraine, something happens in Russia, and there's something released, it can actually affect Norway, it can affect us. And what that effect is, that's exactly then we have to go to NMBU and they will tell us. So we did talk about Euratom, and while we have the big difficulties in Euratom, we are powering through. And actually, we have a very strong presence from Norway in the Euratom program, despite of the difficulties of not being member in the Euratom. As you saw, SAFE showed a lot of projects where IFE was actually either the initiator of the idea and later becoming technical lead or being an important partner. And the same is true actually for NMBU. You see actually a long list of projects that are under the Euratom program. And of course, the joint Russian-Norwegian research program is very important. I mean, we are very, very close to here. And of course, our chairman, Jan, has been coordinating a lot of projects with Russia. And of course, there's a lot of sites that are there that have a lot of radioactivity and deteriorating conditions. So this actually may affect us. So it was very important, to actually support this project. And so is our work now in Ukraine, to make sure that things are still safe in these difficult conditions. So one of the specific thing here is the Figaro low-dose irradiation facility at NMBU. Of course, now we lost some of our irradiation facilities in terms of our research reactors, which were very important. And as we said before, now we are trying to, we still have some irradiation possibilities in terms of neutron generators and this kind of gamma generators. At least we can still do studies about effects of radiation onto electronics, materials. In this case, it's about biological matter. So what happens when we irradiate cell cultures? How does it impact, and ultimately overall leads to what is the actual effect, what is the health impact of being exposed to radiation released maybe from another country and brought by the wind to our country, or potentially any can release in the future nuclear power assets in Norway or abroad. So it is very important to mention, of course, the primary NMBU and University of Oslo, they have the main role in terms of nuclear education in Norway. From IFE, we are supporting, and we have been taking specific courses. We have been providing specific lectures on specific topics into these educational programs, but they are the lead on these educational programs. And of course, the collaboration with Ukraine on these educational programs, specifically in the current political situation, is of course very important. And yes, it is, we are there. And we were very happy when we, on the left side, these places on the nuclear, these were established even before we established the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. And it was really a great surprise when when the universities put these programs out. They were very uncertain about what will be the response. Then the response was enormously positive. There's a lot of applicants who are really, really interested in these places. And this continues in the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. We have quite a large number of PhDs and postdocs, some of them at IFE, most of them at the universities, and we are, of course, collaborating, and we are trying to come up with topics for them that are really relevant for the country, or they're really relevant to some of our unique competence that we really want to preserve to help safety, nuclear safety in other countries, but also to make sure that we can support in the future all the medical applications of the nuclear technology, which has been a very important aspect in Norway. So this is a close collaboration that I told you before about the three main institutes. So we are, in addition to the PhD and postdoc programs, we are also working on PhD, MSc level programs. Continuing, so luckily there have been a lot of courses at NMBU at least before, which we are reusing, and we from IFE are trying to support this. And again, luckily we had a lot of interest in this, and we actually have, of course, Advancia, for instance, that are also a company in Norway. We actually developed an agreement to help supervise all these students because, their interest means that we also need to help them. So we need all the manpower we can muster to actually make sure that we can supervise all these students. So these are the BSc and MSc programs, both in Norwegian and in English, and also the Erasmus programs. And again, we have very good interest. So now I think our bigger headache is how to make sure that we have enough manpower to supervise these students. So it's a luxury problem. So we definitely don't have the problem of not having interested people in Norway. So this was very quick. I don't have all the details, of course, for this, but at least I wanted to give a very quick introduction of NMBU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Istvan. Is there any questions to Istvan's presentation? Yes, one question.
Oh, thank you very much, Istvan. So at NTNU, we don't have that sort of nuclear physics competence, but we have a lot of engineering competence. So is there any way we could have some collaboration, send some students down to you, and you can send some students up, or how do you foresee any such collaboration going on?
I am really hoping that this nuclear association would facilitate this kind of interaction. So while University of Oslo and NMBU and IFE are the leaders of this Norwegian Nuclear Research Center, this is actually the national league, so it should be including NTNU and so on. We definitely have to increase our collaboration. And I think it's very important to say that this Norwegian Nuclear Research Center is a drop in the ocean compared to what we actually need in the country, but it's a drop that will start a wave, and it's up to us how big this wave we make.
Yeah.
How many students we bring in, how many companies we can convince that this is interesting and they should invest in this, and maybe to support PhDs, master students in their work. So absolutely, this is very high interest, and I think we have very good opportunities to establish these kind of programs.
Judging by the headlines of the newspaper, when this new bachelor degree started at the University of Oslo, the students were crying because they were so happy that they came into this study program. And given the amount of students at NTNU, which me and Jonas have approached us to get master thesis ongoing, is really a push by students to get more nuclear subjects and more nuclear topics into their educational system. So the students are there, it's just a matter of can we facilitate them to have the programs to go to.
We definitely have to pull together our resources, including with companies like Advancia, part of EFRI Group, because we are not enough to actually do this. So yeah, I could encourage you more.
Continue discussion later. Thank you very much.
I think Emblemsvåg had some discussions with Sunniva, the center leader, but I think it's good if we increase our discussions on this.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Istvan. The next presentation will be presented by David Harestad, PR advisor, and Svein Nøvik, technical expert from Klimavenner for Kjernekraft. And their presentation has the title Lobbying for Nuclear in Norway, Needs and Recommendations for National Nuclear Proficiencies. Please.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
There we go. Yes, it's quite the interesting title we got, but we'll make the best out of it. Klimavenner for Kjernekraft, or Friends of the Climate for Nuclear Power. It does sound better in Norwegian. Who are we? We are an organization. We were founded in 2020. And as you can see, we have had an increase in membership ever since we started to exist. So we have around 800 members now. What we do is that we're basically a lobby organization. So we talk to politicians, we go out in debates, we organize these protests, as you can see. And we've had quite some success, I would say, in this country, because I have some good news. This weekend, we were able to talk to Senterpartiet. They were interested in talking to us and having a presentation from us. And Senterpartiet is the last of the big parties in Norway which we were talking to. We talked to all parties, and they were the last who said yes, which is kind of, I would say, strange, because I would think that they would be before the socialists and the communists, but they were last. Yes, I said that we have some activities, we have debates, and we have these demonstrations which we have organized. We also have something in Norway called Arendalsuka, or Arendal Week, where we have had a stand ever since 2020. We also had a couple of events which we arranged, and we also had a couple of people, volunteers, who showed up and did their duty, so to say. Why am I mentioning this? Well, because the talk is needs and recommendations for national nuclear proficiency in Norway. So when I was invited, I thought, well, I'm just going to ask the people who were present at our stand, what are the things in Norway that people are concerned about? What are they thinking about? What's on their mind when you're talking about nuclear power? So that's what I did. I asked the volunteers, and here are their responses. So as you can see, there are some people who still mention Chernobyl. This has been reduced in frequency, the talking about Chernobyl. There was way more of it during 2021 and 2022, but it seems like people have understood that modern reactors are modern reactors. A lot of people are interested in reactor design. Some people are interested in ships, nuclear power on ships. Some people are interested in timelines around nuclear. How long will it take to build? And things like that. Safety is an issue, but we have also seen a change when it comes to that. People are they are less concerned about safety now than what they used to be in the good old days. But the biggest thing people talk about in Norway is nuclear waste. That's what they're most interested about of all. So that's something that comes up all the time. I forgot to mention that thorium is also something that Norwegians are interested in, especially elder men. They are very interested in thorium. I think it has something to do with this report which came in 2007 about thorium, but yeah. To summarize what people are talking about. So waste disposal, how, where, and when. This is number one in Norway. So reactor design, as I said, and a lot of people are also interested in fusion. We do spend a lot of time telling people that fission reactors, they do exist, and we should probably use them. But fusion is something that people are interested in. As you can see, I've repeated the word tomorrow 3 times in the common misconceptions, because these are common misconceptions. People think that thorium reactors are just around the corner, same with fusion and same with SMRs. But Norwegians in general, they are techno-optimists. As I've said before, men are a bit more interested in this than women. I think this year was the first time we had a woman on our stand, and she was, of course, a retired professor of chemistry. Yes. But we will have to see what happens in the future. Maybe more women will join. The war did change people's perspective. Norwegians have become way more concerned when it comes to energy and energy safety. That has been a change since the war. But if there's one thing I want you to remember from my presentation, it is this slide right here. This slide shows us that Norwegians, we are very interested in the waste question, but we're not that concerned. So this is from 2023 from the Radiant Energy Group. I can provide you with the link if you want it. But as you can see, Norwegians, we are the least, not necessarily worried, but we are most positive, you can say, when it comes to nuclear waste. Of all the countries they asked in this survey, and this is kind of interesting considering that Norway do not have large reactors. Yeah. Svein?
My name is Svein Nøvik. I have been working at IFE for 20 years as in nuclear chemistry and physics, and did the neutronic calculations for the test reactor, for the test fuel we had in the reactor. I also was a criticality officer that was responsible for the fissile material we had at IFE in the reactor and in the storage places. What we did at IFE was that we kept the fuel from the test, and I had a discussion here in the coffee break, and I said that that was a mistake that we kept this used the test fuel here in Halden. But maybe now we have 16 or 20, no, 16 or 70 ton with this fuel, used fuel, and we have a storage problem with that. Maybe that is a good argument that we still have to work with this. So maybe this is a good thing for Norway. The reactor was shut down, and I have been retired now for 4 years. But my motivation now has been more to give information to the in general about nuclear power. Yeah, so I'm doing this in the Klimavenner for kjernekraft. So the main issue is to convey objective information. And we try to give this information to politicians and decision makers to make an correct decision to use nuclear power. In meeting with people that are critical to power, as David said, we often meet the questions about the radioactive waste and spent fuel. So because of that, it's very interesting to stay here today and get all the last information about research which is going on, so we can handle this information further on. I am also in the NNB's reference group. They have a reference group where different organizations shall follow their assessments and plan for the decommissioning. So this is also a very good reason for me to get the information here today. I made a lecture which I called Nuclear Power for Sustainable Energy in Unpredictable Time. I presented this at Arendalsuka, which was mentioned earlier here, where we have a lot of professional and political discussions. I also did some compared to renewable energy there. I will not go into that now, but I shall give you a little bit of the conclusion from my lecture there, and that is about the use of resources for using nuclear power. And this is a little bit off topic for this work, but I think it's I'd like to highlight some facts that are good to point out here anyway. the known land-based resources on uranium is about 8 million tons. Today, we use 65,000 tons to run these 440 reactors. It's a simple calculation that this will last for about 120 years. That is a consumption today. And we have heard also here today that the use of nuclear energy will maybe double 3 times. So that means that we have uranium just for a few generations. And this leads us to the next question, and that is, how shall we keep on using nuclear power? And then the only solution for that is the breeder. Gen 4, Generation 4 reactors. It's already designed and used, but the world has to do this in a much bigger scale in the future. And this leads us to the need for big, major development projects. And that is why I think Norway has to be part of international research. And I'm so glad to see that we have so many international, European possibilities to take part. And I think that this initiative with the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center is very important to build up the correct, or to build up the knowledge in Norway to take part in this. So I think that is very important. If we go to a breeder reactor, then we can take up, in theory, 100 more times energy from the uranium. In practice, it's maybe not 100, but maybe 60. Then we have uranium to run reactors for 7,200 years. And then we can also take in account thorium. So in that case, we have uranium for more than 12,900 years. And if we also take in account the uranium in the sea, which is 575,000 times what we know of at land, we can run nuclear power for more than 4 million years. So that is the conclusion. You have work for a long time, and we have to do a lot of investment in development, both in reactor, but also in recycling the fuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you're interested, it will be very nice if you will be a member of this organization.
Thank you very much, David and Svein. Is there any questions for them, for their presentation? No? Thank you very much again. Thank you. The next presentation is given by IFE, and it will be presented by Bjørn Aksel Gran, Vice President, Andreas Bye, Chief Scientist, and Terje Tverberg, Senior Scientist. And the title of the presentation is Research at IFE through the HDO program. So I don't know who will start, but Bjørn Aksel will start.
I can start, and
Yeah.
then we'll mix according to the slides, I think. So for those of you that are not familiar with IFE, we have two research divisions, the energy that are located at Kjeller, and digital systems located here in Halden. We own and operate quite a lot of technology and property in both places and have a division for dealing with that. And we are dealing with nuclear safety and operation. I will come back to that in the next slide, showing that nuclear is what we started with and what is also more or less coloring a lot of what we are doing. We have also two subsidiaries. One of them is Agela Pharma. They are providing cancer medicals, but without coming from nuclear, we would probably not have been able to do such kind of business. So the nuclear is in all our history. The nuclear history at IFE started back in 1948. We are the one that have built reactors and have been operating reactors, started the decommissioning, and now the plan is that the Halden reactor will, from the 1st of January, be handed over to NND for the further decommissioning. The other reactor facilities, they will still be under decommissioning at Kjeller. So we do operation. Also you will hear more about the Halden reactor project when Andreas gets the word. That is the largest and longest living research project in Norway. It's about, for those Norwegians, 4 times an FME or an SFF. So it's a huge, and it is still living there. But also all the things that we do in petroleum and within renewable energy use methods, use concepts, use the knowledge that started off from nuclear. You will also hear more about that when my colleagues from Kjeller will go more into details on that. We are the Nuclear Research Institute in Norway. So we are the ones that have built and closed 4 reactors. Decommissioning was a little more easy back in 1966. It was done in 3 weeks. And you didn't have to transport it very long. It's a sign of that research and competence, knowledge are needed because we improve all the day. We are involved in the Halden project, the Nuclear Research Center. We are present in the governmental committee which now evaluate if nuclear will be a part of the Norwegian context. We are collaborating with the University in Oslo on their nuclear programs, and we are members of the EU Alliance on SMRs. There's a number of initiatives. We do not say where in Norway you will build reactors. We have given estimates on when is it realistic to be seen, but we provide competence on nuclear safety, which is needed in all phases of nuclear, and we will continue to do that for the next 75 years. This is a picture of our portfolio. The HDO program, as I said, is the largest within nuclear. It makes out around 2/3 of all the business we do here in Halden. So when we claim we are nuclear, it is also seen all the way into our economical systems. We do quite a lot of work on the sharp end. Clients abroad is the green box. And we do deliver for the decommissioning both to the IFE NUC, also the facilities we have at Kjeller, and to NND. Perhaps for some of in the audience, a bad fact is what we deliver most of is the old traditional services, safety cases, safety research, assessments, reports. It's not digitalization, as we have had many meetings and ambition about selling, but we are still hoping that that will increase. Euratom, the European research area, we are involved in a small portion, and we plan to stay on that portion to be involved in that part. By that, I will allow you to go a little into some of the details on what we have done in the Halden project.
Yeah, thank you, Bjørn Aksel. So I will give, my name is Terje Tverberg, I'm a senior scientist here at IFE. So I'll give some more background into the Halden project, what it was and how it carries on. Some words about the Halden reactor over in Månefjellet, not far from here, and what kind of technology was used there and how it's been brought forward into the future. And then Andreas later on will talk more about further establishments of international collaborations here building on the nuclear competence here in Halden. So the Halden project was an international research project for the safe and reliable operation of the nuclear power plants, affiliated to the OECD NEA in Paris, and managed by us at IFE. It was first signed in '58, as has been mentioned by several already here today, as a 3-year joint research program with fuels and material studies conducted here at the Halden reactor, but with a strong support from the nuclear facilities at Kjeller, at IFE there, and also human technology and organization activities as a separate activity developed over the years. It was jointly funded by the membership organizations, around 20 countries, including Norway, as members throughout the lifetime, and with organizations from utilities vendors and all the way to regulatory bodies. So the fuels and materials studies within the Halden reactor project was built on the capabilities of the Halden reactor, which is pictured here to the right, a sketch of the facilities. So it was a test reactor with flexible operation cycles, 20 megawatt of heavy water moderated boiling water reactor with operating temperature around 235 degrees, so it's close to BWR conditions, which was an advantage for many of the studies, with a compact length core, 80 centimeters long. And one of the main strengths was the ability to conduct simultaneous experiments, many simultaneous experiments at the same time. Around 30 experiments with different aims and different instrumentation, different capabilities were conducted simultaneously, which is very different from other research reactors that are still available now. And one important part of that was the water loop facilities that were developed in the 80s, which were important for, in particular, material studies for simulating conditions in commercial reactors, light water reactors. The core of the instrument or the experiment that we did was the in-core instrumentation developed by here at IFE, which was an important part of every experiment that we did here. And also with the versatile reactor, we were capable of implementing different operation modes and conditions that were of interest. And also simulate conditions for close to commercial power, nuclear power operations. So the reactor was closed in 2018, but the international research continues after that, and the Halden reactor project itself is also still going on. The main aim was, as I mentioned, to support the performance of nuclear fuels and with the aim of increasing safety and reliability and also improving the nuclear fuel cycle. So how is the heritage being brought forward? The Halden reactor project activities are still going on. It will run through 2026, with the main activities now focused on summarizing main topics of interest from the 60 years of research, and most importantly to develop a database with all the reports and data produced over the years compiled in a concise manner. And that was done, and that database has been distributed to all the members and also the OECD NEA. And then completing some of the examinations that of the last experiments that were conducted in the Halden reactor as well. We also had a final extended Halden program group meeting in May this year, in Leuven, which brought a large continuity of members from the Halden project over the years, celebrating basically 60 years of HRP research. So the Halden project is still ongoing with these activities that I mentioned, and also the strong legacy of the experimental capabilities that were developed here at Halden and at IFE at Kjeller are continuing with supporting international research, also in the OECD NEA umbrella, and instrumentation and design as being supported by us to irradiation tests being conducted all over the world. Also, we continue to support the NEA on in-pile fuels and materials research, and also on the evaluation of the front and back end of the nuclear fuel cycles for SMRs, and obviously also on waste management and decommissioning activities in the international community. And the human technology part is carried over into the HTO program, which Andreas will talk about.
Okay, thank you, Terje. I have one slide. It is a quite big one, so I'll use a little bit time on how we do the research, what it is about, and for whom. But before how, just a little bit on how much. As Terje talked about, if you see to the left there, the Man Technology Organization, as it was called, was part of the Halden reactor project and was about 40% of the activities, while the fuels materials in the reactor was 60% of the activities at the time. The current 3-year period, 24 to 26, we have 170 million Norwegian kroner over the 3 years. How we do it? That's simple. We copied everything from Terje and the Halden reactor project and do the same. We are still under the Nuclear Energy Agency in Paris. It's still a 3-yearly research project, and we use the same format of the report. So it worked, and we're continuing with the same type of steering groups. What are we doing? You see the topics in the middle there. This is an interdisciplinary research program on operational safety. It's a nuclear safety program. And it's operational proactive safety. If you saw the nuclear research center that Istvan was presenting, has a little bit more focused on the backside of things, on the emergency preparedness, for example, while we are talking about proactive safety. So we have one of the world's biggest groups with psychologists, for example, working in this field together with the nuclear scientists. So one thing is human performance in the control room, how to deal with important or difficult situations in the control room. It's about instrumentation and controls and safety assessment of digital INC. It's control room design and evaluation. Also systems for maintenance and operations, not only for the control room, but for system engineers and for condition monitoring. And of course, one thing that has come very actively in lately is the decommissioning side of things that Istvan has presented also. And the future hot topics now, for example, for SMRs, that's human automation collaboration and also multi-unit operations of units. If you have several units in the same control room, how should that be safely operated? And another hot topic that's coming is cybersecurity. More and more digital equipment is coming in, and cybersecurity is, of course, very important. In the bottom part of this is our customers at the time. Terje talked about 20 countries in the Halden reactor project. We have currently 12 countries in the Halden HDO project. It's an international thing. We have Japan, Korea, China on board. We have Canada, the United Arab Emirates, and USA. US is the biggest partner with the Department of Energy and the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission as the main partners. And it's a mix of customers but the regulatories are quite important in this work because it's a nuclear safety work. For example, from Sweden as well, it's SSM who are the members. But also utilities are actively taking part here and the plants. So we are very happy about that. And I think we will, we are in the middle of the 3-year program now, 24 to 26, and we'll soon start marketing a new one from 27 to 29. So we will continue more. If I say a final remark on the membership, it's you have a bunch of countries here with European and US and China all in one group, and I think that's a characteristic of nuclear safety, that it is important for everybody. It's not so that if something happens in China, it's also important for the rest of the world. So this is actually an area where people are collaborating across even China, US, Europe. So we'll try to continue that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May I follow up with, of course, two more points, not a slide. You see down in the far left corner, Norway. We have also there started now to build up a Norwegian cluster in the HDO project. You see there the logo of Equinor. They are taking the lead and already entered, but there are room for more of them. The idea here and the concept is, while we are sharing all the information from the HDO with the clusters in the US, with the clusters in Japan, why should we not share it also with all the partners in Norway? So if you haven't already got an invitation to that cluster, Andreas is the man to contact, and we will tell you more about the conditions. That was the one thing. The other thing is that we have said that meeting in November or December in Halden is a good thing. We are the nuclear home in Norway, we will claim. So therefore, we already know, announced that there will be a nuclear summit in Halden around the same time of year next year. Not in the HDO, but for the Norwegian nuclear community. We are still in the planning phase, so what will be on day 1 and day 2? Well, Istvan and I will go out and fight. We will have long discussions and a good beer at the end and conclude on that program. But we welcome you all, so make sure before you leave town, make your reservations for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions to Bjørn Aksel, Andreas, or Terje? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Then we continue with the program. The next presentation will be given by Mark Sharp, which is the Sales Director of Createc, Javier Alonso, which is Director of Nuclear Engineering of Ingesid. And as I understood, Istvan, you will say a few words about Seabury. Okay. The presentation will be focused on export and import of nuclear competence, the Norwegian case. Please, the floor is yours.
It's unusual for me to go first. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon. I'm honoured to be here again in Halden. You can see I've been to Halden recently. This is how Beth wanted to represent our time in Halden 2 weeks ago. We're at the Monk Museum, and I think this is me doing Lord of the Rings, I'm not sure. But anyway, I should just say that I have a very long history with Halden, and when I was a young research scientist, I won't tell you the year, it was well after the Halden experiment started, I should say, but the first fuel that I looked at in Sellafield was fuel that was irradiated in the Halden test reactor. So I have always had that link as one of the very early international programs we were part of. And I would say when we're talking about the exportability of Norway, Halden is an amazing brand. It has been known on the international stage for decades in terms of the nuclear research and development. I was told not to do a sales pitch, so I'll keep it very short. But just in case you haven't heard of Createc, I haven't done my job. But basically, we are slightly out of date, about 60 people. Very strange, small organisation based in West Cumbria. But we have an office in Cockermouth, an office in Oxford, and a company in Japan, and a company in Norway. We also operate out of the US with a partnership. We pride ourselves on a number of first of a kind. From the earlier presentations, maybe that will make us expensive, but we generally are the ones who are doing the first deployments of some of this technology. And the other bit is the entrepreneurial side of the business. We do the research and development, we collaborate with organizations like IFA, but we want to make a commercial business success of this technology. I could talk about each one of the bullet points for about half an hour each, but I shall keep it very short. This is our main capabilities. We started in radiometrics. We were the first to provide radiation sensing in a digital form. We moved into sensing and inspection as part of that and developed technologies in LiDAR, etc. And then we had to get this technology into various hazardous environments, so the robotics came along. So these are our three core strengths, and our business generally gets very excited when these overlap, and we can bring all of that capability together. And you will see, hopefully, the huge overlap we have with IFA and the Hadron area, which is why I think we get on so well. So why is Createc in Norway? So we got to know IFA very soon. One of the issues with Createc, we were ahead of our time in digital before people had actually thought about what to do with digital. And we found a friend in Norway with IFA who actually had a very similar approach. And then we also found with a customer like NND, the perfect customer, who had this liability of the reactors. And we developed a joint venture company with my friend to my left, and Katenda. This organisation, we have a joint venture company in Norway which bid for this project FLIT for NND. We never met for 12 months. I think we were formed and we bid and we won in lockdown. So the first time we met was in London after we actually won the contract, which is quite amazing and has probably forged a deep friendship. There's one thing I would say, working with a Norwegian company and a Spanish company, the only major debate was when to have dinner. It was impossible to get a sensible time with the two extremes, but it was good fun. But the FLIT project has now been delivered. We are moving into a maintenance phase and development phase, but we're very excited now to develop that software and support NND. So once you have the database and once you have the facility to actually record digital data and start working in digital, you need to start populating that. And again, we'd be very pleased as a bit of a pilot run to deploy, yes, it's that dog, deployed actually in Shella and in Halden to start collecting some data for the database. And again, this is an amazing project reference. Sites all over the world now, from Sellafield to 3 Mile Island to Fukushima, are starting to look at the deployment of robotics to collect data and remove the person from harm. And here we have very early project references in Halden, which is superb for us as a company. We also have, in terms of the robot, as well as actually collecting data, inspections, we have actually used various aspects developed here in collaboration with IFA, and we have actually deployed around Dounreay and the UK sites, and increasingly so. So I see a really good future for developing this technology. One of the most exciting areas, and we have a formal collaboration agreement with IFA, is where we are bringing together the Createch channels to market, which is global, for this approach, together with the R&D and the capacity within IFA, through Createch, working together to actually provide an exploitation route globally, not only into Norway, the Nordic region, but also across the globe. And I can see this being very exciting and ongoing conversations as we speak as to how we work together better in this area. And I think I've probably stolen one of Istvan's slides. So I shall leave it there to show the collaboration is working. Okay, thank you.
Do you have my presentation to you?
Yes, I think it should be...
Next one?
If it's not
No.
played, we'll just open it. There we are.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and give me the opportunity to speak here today. So my name is Javier Alonso. I'm the Nuclear Engineering Director of Ingetif. This company is a Spanish company. Okay. It's a Spanish company that we are located in the north of Spain. It's a spin-off of the University of Cantabria. And we start as a civil company, but in the last year we are more focused on the nuclear sector. In fact, I have spent basically the last 25 years of my career in the nuclear sector. In the first year, more focused on the operation of the commercial reactors that we have in Spain, but in the last year, more focused on the decommissioning and waste management activities. I don't know if you know, in Spain we have three reactors now under decommissioning. Two are on the last phase of the decommissioning, and one in the first phase. And also we have right now 7 reactors under operation, but our government has decided to shut down all the reactors. So I think the last one is going to be in 2035. So in 10 years we are going to shut down 7 reactors. We are involved in all these activities in Spain with Enresa. Enresa is the public company in charge of decommissioning and waste management, something similar to NND. And we have different projects with them, and we are involved in all the engineering activities. In Gecith is a company that I think now we are basically, I think, 120 engineers. As I said, we are located in Spain, in the north of Spain, but we also have a company in South Africa, a company in America, in Germany, and of course in Norway. And also have projects in different countries like France, UK, Mexico, Canada, Korea, or Brazil. But here I'm here to talk about what we are doing here in Norway, as my colleague Mark said. So we have created a joint venture. It's called ICycle between Gecith, Cratec, and Catenda. And also we have our own company, Gecith Norge, that are with the idea to export our knowledge and technologies here to Norway. What projects are here? We are involved here in Norway. Of course, Birkor Fleet, the one that Mark was telling before, and also Martin was talking before. A move implementing chemical characterization sooner than later, and we are trying to apply for a tender that probably is going to be here in the future. I think it was in the past, but it was cancelled, but I'm going to talk a little bit later. So, as I said, Birkor Fleet is a project between ICycle and NND, and basically the idea of this project is to develop a solution for the waste management and the commissioning activities of two research reactors here in Norway. I'm not going to go into details because we don't have time, but basically the idea is the software will cover everything related with the commissioning and waste management activities. As Mark said, so we have deployed this software like 3 months ago, and now we are in the implementing of the project in the real environment. We started this project like 2.5 years ago, something like that. And it's a long contract. We still have a 10 years contract for the maintenance. And also it's not also for maintenance, we're going to develop new functionalities. Related with the MOVE project, we have developed different activities here, most focused on characterization activities. We develop different procedures and methodologies to support NND in the following activities related with the characterization, radiological characterization. Now we are involved in a project called Implementing. Basically the idea of this project is, as we know, we have developed Fleet, so we are trying to understand how the real process works, and we are working in these two projects, is environmental samples and Radbafal. The idea is that we need to demonstrate that Fleet is the solution that will be used in the future, and we are adapting the real process of Radbafal and environmental to Fleet. This is not a project now, but it's a project that probably will appear sooner than later, and the idea is to support also NND and IFE in all these activities related with chemical characterization. And this is something that for the future, I know that there was a tender in the past about spent fuel gas, and we have 3 parties as we have with ICycle, with NAC International. They are the designers of spent fuel, and a construction company here for a future tender that will appear here in hopefully in the short future. So what are our objectives here in Norway? Basically 2. One is to explore new markets. Here we are talking about nuclear, and it's my field. But also our idea is, as we think Gecith Norge, to try to go to another markets like oil, construction, or another ones. And also continue with the export of knowledge and technologies. But because not all in life is work, also a part of sporting technologies. We are trying to expand Halden around the world. And this is me last weekend using I don't know if I can play this. So this is me last weekend using or wearing proudly the Halden football team. Of course, this is in my city. Of course, I was the only one between 20,000 supporters, but I was very proud using this shirt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to say some word, Istvan? Oh.
I just stepped in just for a moment in the program. There's also the third company called Seabury. And basically, I just very quickly wanted to say is that these collaborations are, I think, extremely important for Norway and for Halden. Because on one hand, of course, hopefully we provided some benefit for them in this collaboration, but it's also great for us. We did recognize that we actually have some world-leading competencies here, and this kind of collaboration with these companies, which makes it really happen that these are actually put in practice. And we see that for NND, we couldn't have done that alone with IFE, but with this collaboration with these companies, it did happen. And that means that it also developed something that has an export value, and we can also provide this to other countries. So I think these kind of collaborations are very important, and we have also some of the two bigger ones left at the end, the EFRI, who are also setting up their presence, and they also incorporated Advancia, with whom we are also developing a collaboration agreement for exactly the same purpose. Make sure that this world-leading competence we have actually turned into something practical and applied in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Mark or Javier before we close their presentation? No question? Okay, thank you. The next presentation will be given by Peter Kajse, AFRI, Section Manager of AFRI, and Tellef Storbakken, Project Manager at Advancia. And the title of the presentation is Nuclear Proficiencies Provided by AFRI and Advancia in Norway and Planned Master Student Supervision. So, Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Deputy Chairman. I also like to extend my gratitude for being able to speak here at the City Hall. And as a citizen of Halden, I must say I appreciate your hard and important work for the local community and Norway. Thanks. This presentation, I first can present myself, Peter Kajse. I'm Section Manager for newly established nuclear technology section in Norway for AFRI 2 months ago. My role is to expand and develop our nuclear services for the Norwegian market. So we have my presentation here will focus on a brief introduction on AFRI as a whole, description of the AFRI Academy as a vehicle for conveying competence, both internally and also to our clients and partners. So I have to go a little bit into our organization. AFRI is a global organization with 19,000 employees, and we are delivering our services through 5 divisions. The energy division, which I am working within, is where we have our nuclear portfolio. We will say that, of course, as a consultancy company, our main strength is our people and a strong vision of making sustainable solutions for the future. Now I would like to say something about our long nuclear history, which has a strong connection to the Nordic market. I'm going to go through some brief key milestones and contributions as a background for our for the competence that we can deliver. At first, we had ÅF, which is Ångpanneföreningen. It was originally a steam generator company that later expanded with broadened their engineering services in 1895. Looking at the nuclear experience we have in the 50s, we were involved in the early nuclear reactor design, engineering, and safety analysis. And later on in the 70s, we were also heavily involved until nowadays also, the long-term contribution of Sweden's spent nuclear fuel and radioactive waste management program. Pöyry, I'm going to come to, Pöyry is a part of AFRY, as you probably understand by now, founded in 1958 in Finland and had a similar journey. They were crucial in development of nuclear power in Finland, from early studies to plant design. They were also equally instrumental in the world's first deep geological repository for high-level radioactive waste. So here we see some clear similarities, so it was natural that we discussed the merging and actually the acquisition by ÅF of Pöyry in 2019. That means that from that on, we've been delivering life cycle support throughout the nuclear sector. Strong focus in Europe and in Nordics and internationally. Today, we are very well positioned as a leader for the next generation nuclear technologies. Looking at our global business when it comes to AFRY nuclear, we are, just until a few months ago, we had we were offices in 6 different countries, but now we added Norway to the list there. We are in total around 600 engineers and experts in the nuclear field, and only in the Nordics, particularly Sweden and Finland, we are around 400 experts. And so this is what we expect to convey, that expertise and experience to the Norwegian market. Finally, this is just an overview. I'm not going to go through it. This is basically a rough overview of our life cycle services, and I will come to the end there. That is the establishment of a nuclear academy and the focus on training and competence development that has been and are very sought after both service and experience for together with our clients. And how do we do it? Well, this is a schematics of our AFRY Nuclear Academy, which is one of our trademarks, I would say. Internationally and in the Nordics, we are well known for this. And we started the Nuclear Academy in 2008, and it was based on the strong needs from the nuclear industry, in particular Sweden. There was a large number of modernization projects, and there was a lack of competence, both for our consultants, but particularly for the industry needs. So we developed courses and programs for ourselves and the clients. There were everything, and we are still doing it. Basically, this AFRY Academy is a continuous development, e-learning courses, lecture basic trainings, mentoring, and several specialized training packages. And in addition to that, we support academic programs, courses, and training institutes. Here is a selection of some of our training modules. We have training for our licensees and safety analysis reports. This is to provide a high-level understanding of a nuclear licensing process. We have nuclear management training to provide leaders with knowledge on managing a nuclear organization. We have modules and services related to systematic approaches training to ensure that the organization meets the required international safety standards for competence. We have reactive safety trainings together with our partners. AFRI intelligent modeling tool is basically state of the art and is very sought after internationally. It gives the capacity for modeling complex systems of environmental impacts. And we also tailor-made different modules, courses to specific needs for our customers. So, what are the benefits collaborating with AFRI? It is you will have an increased technical expertise and alignment with regulatory compliance early on. You will have a proactive management of risks and also building trust to the different stakeholders that you are involved with. You also ensure a faster project readiness and reduce costs and timelines. And we also foster continuous skill development, which leads to reduced turnover and higher motivation. As we, you can't put me on, you cannot quantify it, but I would say so. Eventually, innovation and knowledge sharing ensures the best practice and excellence, and here we are depending on a broad collaboration with institutes, other companies, and also the local and national stakeholders. So that's it. If you want to know more and contact me or a market area manager for nuclear technology, Rika Persson is over there, or Thomas Bernander, who knows everything about Nuclear Academy and Project Excellence Program, who is the mastermind behind that. You can contact him. I can also advise you to have a look at our talent tree through that QR code. And there you can learn more about our careers, future star programs, how we work with thesis project, internships, summer jobs, a free talent program, etc. This is also something that we can provide to our clients to see how they can set up their talent programs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes.
The floor is yours. Tellef.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today and my colleagues over there in Advansia. I will give you all a little brief introduction to Advansia and what we do in the nuclear sector in Norway today. First, I will introduce myself. Where's the arrow? There it is. My name is Tellef Storbakken. I have a master's degree in nuclear physics from the University of Oslo that I got in 21. And since 23, I've been working with Advansia as a project manager. Since then, I've been hired to NND, Norwegian Nuclear Decommissioning, working with mostly two projects there. The Fleet project, with Havi gave an introduction to, so I won't say more about that. Also working with a project called SITE, previously the MOVE project. We work with the radiological characterization and planning of the future characterization of for NND. So, who is Advansia? We are a consultancy company here in Norway that was established in 2001. Historically, we have mainly offered project management services within the construction sector. We are 700 co-workers in Norway right now, that's spread around the whole country. Oslo, Trondheim, Molde, Ålesund, Kristiansund, Stavanger, Bodø, and Tromsø. So we are ready wherever the new reactor will be built. Advansia today, we deliver on three major sectors. We have physical projects, digitalization, and safety and security. And within these sectors, we deliver on a big range of services, as you can see here on the slide. I'm not going to go into all the different ones, but a common denominator of all of them, and something that we are working towards, and that feedback we are getting from the customers, is that we assist them in defining their problems and their needs early on in the project phases, and also delivering services in running projects. And since 2017, we have been delivering these services in the Norwegian nuclear sector. IFE started in 2017 their historic waste and decommissioning program, which Advansia was involved with. And since then, we have been involved with several projects at IFE, NND, and DSA. And currently, we have ongoing projects with NND and IFE, and deliver services from all the range of our sectors, including project management, program management, business development and leadership, planning, safety and security, and we also have specific nuclear competence. Currently, we also have 3 framework agreements with program and project management and administrative assistance at NND, and we have 1 framework agreement with the technology and real estate department at IFE. We also have an ongoing agreement with IFE delivering services in safety and security. One thing I want to say is that our experience so far in Norway, and is that we in Norway and Advansia, of course, we have a lot of good competence within managing large projects, and this competence can easily be transferred to the nuclear sector without any major obstacles related to what Håvard talked about earlier about the report on competence in Norway. We have also seen a demand for the combination of project management and leadership together with academic and technical nuclear competence. The last few years we have been working trying to meet this demand, teaching nuclear technology to project managers and teach project management to nuclear physicists and engineers. In relation to this, the Norwegian government, they implemented a national initiative for nuclear competence in Norway, the Nuclear Center, which has been talked about a lot today. In trying to meet this demand of combining project management with the nuclear competence, we have initiated a cooperation with the University of Oslo and NNRC. At the center, we are a so-called associated partner, and we have a representative at their advisory board. This fall, we also started a partnership with IFE and Istvan regarding co-supervisions of master students at the University of Oslo. Advansia will supervise these students within project and project management, and IFE will handle the technical supervision. The agreement was ready late summer, early fall, and we hope to have started supervising students within the next year. In addition, we are currently developing a course for master's and PhD students at the University of Oslo. It's a course that will be divided into 6 modules that will cover the basics of project management and special cases for nuclear projects. This course will amount to 5 ECTS credits. We are planning on running a pilot this spring with about 15 students, and we have a possibility of expanding the course for more students the next following years. That's all I wanted to say. If you have some questions, we are represented here today, and you can contact me or my leader Sølvi at the email here. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter and Tellef. Are there any questions for Peter or Tellef at the moment? Otherwise, you can, of course, discuss with them in the breaks and during the reception, so there is no problem with that. Okay, thank you again. Then we are a little bit ahead of the schedule, so the minutes we stole from you on the previous coffee break, you will get back now. So we will meet at 3:15 in the same room here. And I think this is good to have some time also to discuss in between you and to meet other people in the workshop. So please mingle and discuss. 3:15 here. Okay, and then we start again after the coffee break, and then we continue until we have the reception at 5 o'clock. The first speaker out after the coffee break is Ted Lind, Senior Advisor, Sweden Energy. He is giving a presentation on the Swedish energy sector, enhancing nuclear proficiency. So, Ted, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. The floor is yours.
Okay, let's try this anyway. So, thank you for having me. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this works, because like 30 seconds after I have spoken, I hear myself saying whatever I said. But oh, okay, there we go. I'm sorry, not my brightest moment. I will make sure to speed up. There we go. Let's see here now. Yeah, that was a tad bit embarrassing, but okay. On to the presentation. And as I said, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. If I had been there, I would have avoided all this technicalities. But anyway, thanks for having me. So I will give a presentation about nuclear power in Sweden, the history, the current state of nuclear, and the future state of nuclear. But first off, I want to briefly just let you know what Swed Energy, what we are, and we are a non-profit industry and special interest organization, kind of like Fornybart Norge, but we focus on the whole power system and not just renewables. And we have roughly 400 member companies. So fairly big by Swedish standards when it comes to special interest organizations. Anyway, a brief history of the nuclear power in Sweden. So the first reactor was commissioned in 1954. So just like you guys in Norway, we were early adopters. A rather famous reactor was commissioned in 1963, the so-called Ågesta reactor, which had a electricity output of 10 megawatts and roughly 55 megawatts of thermal heat for district heating. It was a pressurized heavy water reactor, so I see that I switched some acronyms around there, but yeah, it was a heavy water reactor. We were also commissioning a sister plant in Norwegian, but that one was never actually loaded with fuel. We had some uranium mining of our own back in the 60s, but it was discontinued due to firstly economics and then also politics. It has for a long time been illegal to mine for uranium in Sweden. That has now changed or is changing. So we might see some uranium mines popping up here in Sweden, hopefully. We have lots of uranium, but the ore the concentration in the ore is fairly low, so that's why the economics is not always there. While we started out with a heavy water program, it was eventually abandoned in favor for light water reactors. So the commercial nuclear in Sweden, as you can see here in this fairly big table, we built 12 reactors in quite a short while. The build time for the first batch of reactors were around 5 years. Then in the end of the 70s and beginning of the 80s, we had some delays due to politics. We had a referendum in the 80s whether or not to completely abandon the nuclear path. We ended up deciding that we should continue until, we should not abandon nuclear immediately, but later on. And now that later on has been pushed forward quite a bit. And we are looking, we are not looking to discontinue our nuclear production here in Sweden anymore. One fairly interesting thing to notice here is that the Oskarshamn reactor, the first one, had a electricity capacity of roughly 470 megawatt. And that is then comparable to the largest SMRs that we are talking about today. The Rolls-Royce SMR, for instance, has 470 megawatt nameplate. And one interesting thing I want to show you here regarding the electricity production in Sweden and how nuclear fit in, or rather did fit into this story. You can see here on the purple line, that's the nuclear production. And you can see that we were able to load follow fairly well on a seasonal basis using our nuclear fleet already in the 70s. We, of course, had our hydro as well to do the same. But then in the 80s, or rather 90s, and the first decade of this millennium, we start to shut down our nuclear reactors. So in the end, or not in the end, but now we have 6 reactors left. And you can see here that the ones we have started to decommission were the first ones, or the earliest commissioned ones, and the smallest ones. So the current state of nuclear in Sweden is that we have 6 operational reactors. They are owned by 3 utilities, give or take, Vattenfall, Uniper, and Fortum. We have close to 7 gigawatts of capacity in Sweden, both BVRs and PVRs. We have a fuel fabrication facility in Västerås that is owned and operated by Westinghouse. They produce a lot of different fuels. They produce fuels for the VVERs, so the Russian design, and have replaced a lot of Russian fuel in Europe. But they also produce PVR and PVR fuel. We have a industrial research facility in Nyköping, operated by Studsvik. We also have Svafo, who's handling legacy waste there. And we are, not we, but there are companies in Sweden developing new reactors, Blykalla, for instance, a lead-cooled SMR. And we have various projects and programs within academia, for instance, ANITA, which is a SMR or a SMR program. So finally, research funding is coming through in Sweden. Just the last couple of years, a lot has changed. But maybe the most important thing is that we have a final repository that is designed and developed by SKB that just got approved by not the government, but they already approved it, but the court. So now we are ready to start digging, and we will hopefully soon have our final repository ready for all the used fuel from our current nuclear facilities. Decommissioning, I heard that it took 3 weeks for you guys in Norway to decommission things. Here in Sweden, it's taking a little bit longer, although we are progressing quite well. A Uniper that is currently handling decommissioning of the Barsebäck and Oskarshamn reactors just announced that they have decommissioned 50% of the parts and the volumes, and they have done this on time and on budget, and we see this as a very important step towards new nuclear. So on to new nuclear, the last slide here. The Swedish government, they have a stated target of 2.5 gigawatts of new capacity until 2035 and up to 10 gigawatts of new capacity until 2045. Very ambitious targets, but doable, I would say. The government, to facilitate this nuclear build-out, they have announced a program where they will help risk share new nuclear in part, mostly by providing government loans of up to 75% of the total capital, but also through a CFD with a strike price of roughly 80 öre. This is not a production CFD, so it's slightly different from the more well-used CFDs around the globe. I think this, I'm going into a bit of details here, but I think this CFD structure is a lot better. It doesn't have the same negative market incentives as production CFDs do, where you can, in some cases, get paid even when the prices are very negative. In Sweden, we also have another public inquiry into the functions of the whole electricity market. So we'll see what happens with that. And the Swedish government also has a stated target of 300 terawatts hour of electricity production annually, of course, by 2045. So there's a lot happening in Sweden, and I think there's a lot of possibilities for Sweden and Norway to cooperate. And with that, I think I am slightly over time. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. And if you don't want to ask them, just email me if you want to. So yeah, with that, I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ted. Is there any questions to the presentation from Ted?
Thank you, Ted. My name is Martin Hjelmeland from NTNU. You mentioned this collaboration with Sweden. There was a former oil and gas minister, oil and gas energy minister in Norway that suggested Norway should invest in Swedish nuclear. Have you received any inquiries about that from over here?
I'm not sure I'm sitting with the whole truth here, but I mean, we've read about it. I'm not sure whether or not any, should I say, official requests have been made. That said, I know some member companies and other companies are talking to pension funds based in Norway, so about this. So, I mean, there are ongoing discussions, but I wouldn't say that there's anything overly concrete yet, to my knowledge.
But you're more than happy to receive some.
Absolutely, and I think with the DeLean, the program that the Swedish government proposed, we are looking at a fairly. It's not a completely crappy business case, I would say. It's a rather good one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? No? Thank you very much, Ted. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for the mishap.
Then we go on in the program. The next presentation will be done by Amalia Chambon. She's a researcher at the Technical University of Denmark. And her presentation will be focused on the nuclear energy interest renewal in Denmark. Your floor is yours.
As we see renewed interest in this field. So I will talk also about what are the activities ongoing in the Technical University of Denmark related to nuclear energy. So first, some elements about the Danish energy policy. Research started in the 50s with 3 research reactors built in the Riise Center for Nuclear Energy. But in 1973, this was stopped by a strong anti-nuclear movement. And in 1985, it was decided that no nuclear power will be used in Denmark. So then in 2000, the last reactor closes. So there was a decrease of competencies that now, with this renewed interest, we have to build on. We see that for 2030, the goal is to have 55% of the energy produced by renewables, so mainly like wind and solar, 100% of the electricity produced by renewable, and Denmark want to be independent of fossil fuel in 2050. And now the question is coming to like what we do if the wind is not blowing, if the wind is blowing too much, and how to have a base load supply of energy. So what we see recently, like mainly for the last 2 years, is that public opinion on nuclear energy is changing in Denmark. So we have pro-nuclear activist groups. So we have this atomkraft attack. Now we can see some stickers on the cars, for example. This is something very new. We have 2 startups in Copenhagen that are working on designing 4th generation molten salt reactors, so Seaborg Technology and Copenhagen Atomics. And we see also that nuclear energy is part of the industrial and political debate. So last year there was an hearing in the parliament to talk about the status of nuclear energy. Another key point is that at the beginning of the year, it was decided in the Technical University of Denmark to create a Center for Nuclear Energy Technology. So what this center is about, the goal is to unite and give more strength to the nuclear energy research at DTU. So the goal is to map all the activities that are linked to nuclear energy across the different departments. So I'm from DTU Physics, but we are working with DTU Construct, Chemistry, Energy, Wind, Sustain for radioecology. The goal is to attract and support new talents, to expand and develop education, because we have to build a lot on that. So to develop new courses for bachelor and master, and to have national and international collaboration, because we are aware that we cannot do this alone. So we are also aiming at having new experimental facilities at Riise. So we submitted last week a grant application for having new molten salt loops on the campus. to have a strong collaboration with industry and academia. So at the Technical University of Denmark, we are not a very large group, so we had to focus on something. So we are focusing on research on molten salt reactors because we are believing that they have some sustainability benefits. That's for improved safety, for increasing the fuel utilization, working on the load following capacities, and also for producing heat for industry. And this implies some research in different fields because as the fuel is liquid, we have a strong coupling between the neutronics and the thermohydraulics, so we need to adapt the tools for modeling this. We need to work on the safety analysis, also on the fuel salt chemistry because some thermophysical properties are not known. And also about the materials, because those molten salts are very corrosive, so we have to study new alloys and new coating methods for using materials in those molten salt reactors. So that is why we have research in physics, chemistry, and materials. And recently, so we had some discussion with the French embassy. I will give some lesson learned from France also because I'm French. So in France, we have 56 reactors running, but they were built mainly in the 70s and the 80s. And now we are planning to, we are increasing the power plant life. We are working on building new reactors, so 6 new EPR have to be built, up to 14 if everything is going well, and 2 before 2037. And what we are seeing is that even if it's a strong nuclear country, in the meantime, we're building a lot of reactors and we have a lot of competencies, and then we stopped building this, and the people got retired, and then there was a lack of competencies. So we have to educate a new generation of nuclear workers. So it's not only research and engineering, it's also manufacturing the components. It's also welding the pipes in the power plant. So we talk about this with a delegation from the Normandy region. And in this region, 2 new EPRs are going to be built. And the region decided to increase education capacities with 3 new engineering schools. And the Caen University is building a network of research institutions that are working on the nuclear energy. Because the amount of people that will be needed in the field is enormous, and this is not only a national problem, it's something that we have to deal in the scale of Europe. So what we do at DTU about education related to nuclear energy, in 2023, we had for the first time in the last 20 years a new reactor physics course. So it's a master course, 13 weeks. So of course in 13 weeks is just an introduction to the field where we talk about introduction to neutronics, introduction to nuclear technology, and various reactor concepts. And that was a big event because for the first course, journalists came to interview the teachers and the students. So for the first year, we had 26 students registered, which was quite a success. So we saw that maybe it's because it's something new at the university. But this year, we had 31 students registered. And I have to say that they are very motivated, very curious. So they ask for more projects also across DTU. So not only about neutronic and simulation, also about materials. And we are offering them some special courses. So what we see also is that the students that are taking those courses, they are after that approaching us for finding projects. So it can be a bachelor project, a special course, a master project, and also a PhD. And we see that this number of projects is increasing for next year. I already agreed 3 projects with the students. And here we can see that we have various ongoing and planned projects. But for example, in the reactor physics team, we are a very small group, so we are really eager to find new collaborators, to have student exchange for if you have any interesting project in your institute, in companies, we will be very happy to supervise this from the university side. So that's the main message from the Technical University of Denmark.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions in the audience?
Oh, thank you very much. It's awesome to see that the other universities around also experience this push from the students to get more. So I'm just wondering, do you have any exchange agreements with other universities, or can we send some students from Norway down to you and take some courses, or how?
Yeah, we have to discuss this, but it will be the idea, like if we can have students coming to us and also like sending students in Norway for courses that we don't have capabilities to do, it will be very great. Also for like student projects and everything. So.
Yeah, great. We'll discuss more.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any further questions?
This isn't a question per se, but I just want to build up on one of your first slides about the emergent political debate on nuclear power in Denmark, which is quite similar to the one we have in Norway. If everything goes according to plan, we will host a delegation of about 50 Danish mayors who are coming here to Norway to learn about how we have started building the Association of Nuclear Facilities or Municipalities in Norway. So hopefully this will also be helpful in building and opening up the broad democratic debate on the nuclear future in Denmark as well in Norway. So it's just a slight follow-up on your very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next presenter, Anthony Blanford, Chief Technologist, NNL, and also SNETP. And his presentation will be focused on how can SNETP support Norwegian national nuclear proficiency. The floor is yours, Anthony.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be back in Halden again, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. As the introduction said, I'm based in the National Nuclear Laboratory in the UK. I'm Chief Technologist there for Waste Management and Decommissioning, but I'm not here to talk about the UK situation or the National Nuclear Laboratory for that matter. I'm here because I'm the Vice Chair of one of the major pillars of the Sustainable Nuclear Energy Technology Platform. SNETP, if anyone was wondering what the acronym stood for. So, the SNETP is an interesting construct. I like to think it's about the only Europe-wide association dedicated to collaborative research or for facilitating it and putting things in place. All the major large-scale European organizations, R&D organizations are engaged in this, but also a lot of industry as well. So it's a combination of members from both large-scale industry, R&D, small to medium enterprises as well. It's a very diverse mix, which is probably its power. And as a platform, it has a specific status as an ETIP, which I won't go into, but it's basically a platform and a position that allows the SNETP team to engage at a European level on energy policy. Okay, it says at the bottom there, I've elaborated a little bit on membership, but there's over 100 members, and we contribute to shaping the European energy policies by exchanging with peers, identifying the key priority topics that will have impact within industry and within Europe, within the nuclear sector. I'm just not going to read all of these words out, but just kick out four key themes of the strategy. and the principles that, on which it stands, that nuclear energy is one key element in electricity going forward in terms of hitting climate change goals, that actually participating in nuclear research actually enhances the safety, the efficiency and the performance in delivering those goals. Looking further forward, that we want to keep the door open for future and advanced systems, Gen 4, etc. And also that nuclear has a role to play in a transverse situation, whether that be medical isotopes or whether it's about deploying advanced technologies and harnessing things such as AI, machine learning to the advantage of the sector. Memberships illustrated there, geographically, spread right the way across Europe, but also with some members. We were talking to somebody earlier, and yes, I can confirm that the CANDO user group or operators group is actually a member of SNETP. So it's quite diverse geographically as well as in terms of the types of memberships involved, member organisations involved. And here's the full list. I think currently there's only one member, which is IFE from Norway, but I'm sure that more would be welcome to join. I'm not going to go into the structure here, but just to pick out sort of two different dimensions of how the association works. You have three pillars, Eugenia, ESNI, and C2I, which focus on different technology areas, and also three sort of transversal things that allow us to work together as an association. One focused on the scientific and industrial focus, one around the really important business of stakeholder engagement, and the third is around international cooperation and facilitating that. So there we have the three committees chaired by different organisations across the association. So I mentioned three technology areas, three pillars, Eugenia, ESNI, NC2I. Eugenia is by far the largest one, and that's focused around the current types of reactors that we have in place. The other two pillars, one focuses on fast and future advanced systems, and the third one on non-electrical applications, whether that be heat, hydrogen production, etc. And there's a whole lot of common enablers that sit between and across all of these. But by far, Eugenia is the largest of the three pillars. Just as an example of how it works, Eugenia is broken down to a series of technical areas. I lead the waste management and decommissioning one, but there's a different chair for each area. And those teams pull together priorities and key areas of impact in that specific area. Eugenia comes together as a coordination board, and that way we can find synergies between those different areas. Currently, there's a new vision paper or a deployment strategy being produced, and that should be freely available on the website shortly. So in terms of, what does this look like in terms of priorities? Well, recent discussions have highlighted in the waste management and decommissioning area key priorities around adopting an integrated approach to waste management. So not just thinking of every step in isolation, but how we integrate this throughout the life cycle of the reactors. We're dealing, I think, across many of the nuclear states with a legacy that's been generated, and we need to manage that safely and as efficiently as we can with sustainable solutions. But we have the opportunity with the future reactors to look at this from day one, and hopefully that's what everybody's doing, but that's certainly what our focus is on. So minimizing waste, adopting the waste hierarchy, looking at perhaps how you might reuse, circular economy, how does all of that piece fit into the waste management area, and also how might we adopt these new technologies, all the digital work, AI, machine learning. All these things are starting to become available to us. I'm not sure we quite, well, I'm sure people in this room and people at the meeting tomorrow will say we know quite what to do with it, but as a sector, we need to grasp how we're going to deal with this and take this forward. So, a key focus is on SMRs, future reactors. How do we ensure that we don't have that similar legacy to deal with? So in terms of SNETP and activities, and this is probably where the key activities are, particularly for new members, is around the joint road mapping, joint programming. SNETP and Eugenia brings different stakeholders together to plot out a future course with research agendas and so forth. We support the creation of collaborative projects by bringing together different stakeholders from across Europe. We disseminate and share information, whether that be with policymakers or at a technical level. And of course, the association is a key networking opportunity in terms of facilitating all of those things. And going back to the ETIP status that I mentioned before, the key thing here is the opportunity through the association to link in directly with policymakers and make sure that the voice of the sector, the stakeholders, the R&D organisations, and importantly industry are heard, because we all want to make an impact with what we do, and understanding the link with policy as well as stakeholder engagement is so important to do that. And we believe that SNETP is key to facilitating that across Europe. Another taster of some things that have been going on this year, just to give you a flavour of what's been happening. There's been an analysis of the R&D landscape across Europe in terms of the infrastructure, the expertise and the competencies. There's currently an ongoing survey, I think, if I remember correctly, Isvan, EPRI delivering this on behalf of SNETP, are doing a current survey to test the waters across the sector for digitalisation. And again, the third one is actually on the next slide. So the SNETP forward, this is the positioning, this is the establishment of the key roadmap, the goals and the agenda that we want to push with the European Commission and other bodies. In terms of actually utilising the European landscape to the advantage of members from whichever member state or beyond in our case, one key aspect is nuclear infrastructure costs an awful lot of money, particularly R&D infrastructure. And it's important that we use it as efficiently as we can. So one of the activities that's been facilitated through SNETP is this offer project, which is allowing access to different facilities across Europe to different members of the European Union. I mentioned small to medium enterprises, and I don't think anybody will have missed the fact there are small startup companies popping up left, right, and centre as the landscape changes for nuclear globally, not just in Europe. And we do have some smaller companies, maybe not quite so small now as they were a couple of years ago. And we're working actively together with these organisations to understand their needs, because it is a shift from the sort of dynamics of the economics and the sort of commercial landscape across nuclear. So we're working to try and understand those needs and the dynamics of that transient landscape. So I think in conclusion, I think personally from the standpoint of not as the vice chair, but as an organisation that's a member of Eugenia and SNETP, we feel we get a great deal of value out of our participation, that access to various networks and ways to do common road mapping and visioning. because after all, it is a global, it is an international industry. We have no choice but to collaborate if we want to make things happen. SNETP helps to do that through the road mapping, the strategic visioning, understanding the landscape, providing technical guidance perhaps to policymakers, and actually facilitating that network. I think that that enhanced network and the direct link into the policymakers is critical for all of us in seeing that vision that I mentioned at the start of empowering nuclear to deliver the sustainable climate change goals that we're trying to. So with that, I think I'm going to leave it, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Is there any questions to this presentation? Okay. Thank you very much. The next presentation will also be from IFE Energy. And it's been prepared by Christian Dye, which is a research director, Ingrid Hauge, head of the department, Liv Stavsetra, specialist group manager, and Pernille Seljom, senior scientist. And Christian, you are going to present this?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you. And thank you for organizing this workshop. And thank you for letting me have the opportunity to say a few words about IFE Energy. IFE Energy is the research division at Kjella. It will be a high-level presentation. In parallel with the nuclear research reactor operating at IFE at Kjella, we also had some enthusiastic and highly skilled scientists working in parallel with applications for industrial and medical applications. One of the core team here was established as a group called the Tracer Technology Department. And this Tracer Technology Department was working primarily on activities ongoing in oil and gas companies. This company developed Tracer technology in order to monitor fluid and fluid flow and mass transport in wells and process facilities. This department was established in the 1980s, as you may recall from the presentation Bjørn Aksel gave previously. This is about the first, it's the startup period of the oil and gas research we did for the oil and gas industry. As you look at the upper right picture here, you have still ongoing activities now related to national infrastructure, competence hub for neutron technology. We're also working with radionuclides for pharmaceutical industry, and we are also doing nuclear research in the Nuclear Research Center. I will come back to that later on in the presentation. With the basis in this team, I will say something now about recent and ongoing activities related to nuclear. As I mentioned in the introduction, we have been working with radar tracers for applications in petroleum, geothermal, and environmental monitoring. This is a picture from the laboratory facilities. In the beginning of the 80s, we worked with radioactive tracers. This was changed after 10 to 15 years because the oil and gas companies didn't want to work with radioactive tracers. They had a perception that this was quite dangerous. So we also had to change to non-radioactive chemical tracers. So in this context, we have also developed a lot of competence within classical chemistry. Radar tasers has been also been developed for liquid carryover experiments. I can show some pictures from a field campaign. As you can see, there is quite advanced technology brought out in the field in order to check and validate the separators used in oil and gas facilities. We have also been actively involved in production of radionuclides for medical use. And as you may recall or have seen at LinkedIn or other news, we have been involved in development of the technology that you can find in Tor Medical. It's a quite successful company. They have developed a pilot plant at Herøya in Porsgrunn. So the basis for this technology is developed at IFE in our laboratories. We have also been working for decades with preparation of sealed radioactive sources. These sources are used for technical devices saying something about say liquid levels or positions of the technical equipment. This little piece that you can see of metal in the upper left picture is a tantal piece, which is radioactive and put into this capsule. Due to our competence in chemistry, regular chemistry, we also have developed a lot of knowledge and competence and laboratory facilities for doing advanced radionuclide separation. This is showing lanthanides, a separation here, which is quite useful when we are working with mineral technology. We have a good separation, and we also have a good sensitivity for all these kind of analysis. When it comes to the infrastructure, we have laboratories which is classified as C and B. You may all know what C and B labs are. We have also facilities for working with sealed sources. We are working with them in so-called controlled facilities. And we have also access to a Class A hot cell in the NUC area. And this facility will be removed in a couple of years. When it comes to instrumentation, we have analysis. We have a capacity to do analysis within gamma radiation. We have also equipment for doing analysis for alpha and beta measurement. And this is the HUNT project that I mentioned in the introduction. This is a competence hub for neutron technology. It's a Norwegian research facility paid by the Norwegian Research Council. HUNT is a national neutron irradiation facility for education, research, and material technology. So this is done in collaboration with the University of Oslo. The goal of the project is to do research on applications of neutrons. So we are preparing studies for production of radionuclides for medical, industrial, and educational purposes. And radioactive isotopes that have properties that can constitute them relevant for systematic treatment is something that is researched under the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center. So both medical and industrial application will be studied within Research Task 4, which is led by Liv Stavsæter. Liv Stavsæter is sitting here. You can talk with her later on if you have some questions to the project. And then something about the future. We have due to the transfer of the nuclear activities over to NND, there is some kind of exchange of buildings at the campus at Kjeller. This means that we have to build new laboratories at Kjeller, at the campus, and in these buildings we will also have a quite large A and B lab facility of 300 square meters. It will be top modern, state-of-the-art laboratory facilities. And this Hunt project that I mentioned will have a phase number 2, which is even bigger neutron generator than we have today, with a higher flux of neutrons. And this neutron generator from Hunt 2 will be placed in a new building here. And we're also in the phase now where we are hiring a business developer within nuclear chemistry and industrial applications. Together with the nuclear activities that we have elaborated, we also have a strong collaboration with the department working with environmental safety and radiation protection. This department is based on natural occurring radioactivity based on uranium and thorium. This department is led by Inger-Lene Hauge. She is sitting here. You can talk with her later on if you have some questions. Her department is working with specific activities, interpret the contextualizing results. They are accessing compliance with the regulation, and they are doing advanced measurements of all kind of radionuclides found in the natural environment. So with this, I would conclude and say thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you can ask them to me or Inger-Lene or Liv, which is here.
Thank you very much, Christian. Any questions to Christian or Inger-Lene or Liv? No questions? Oh, one question.
Thank you very much. So apparently you got a lot of laboratory equipment and new equipment coming in, but can you say something when you lost the research reactors or they were shut down? The competence, are you able to, what did you lose while shutting them down, and what have you been able to still keep within IFE?
At Kjeller we have kept a lot of the competence. Of course, it's a struggle to keep it alive. So that's also one of the reasons why we have the new nuclear center and also have received funding for the Hunt reactor or the Hunt neutron generators. They are meant to keep this competence alive and build new activities around the topics. Of course, you can't have the same flux from the generators as you had from the reactor, but you're building the basic knowledge that you need in order to understand what's going on. And this is also a good fundament for classical nuclear activities related to power plants, etc.
Yeah. So because from an outside perspective, closing the research reactors, it seemed like kind of a dim prospect, and now we're going to lose the competence that we have. But what you're saying now is basically we're able to, by using a neutron source reactor, we're able to continue a lot of the research and hold for the...
We are continuing, and we are kind of reorganizing the work. Yeah. So by having the new lab facilities that we are building now, we are also building this and having the future in mind, and also having Hunt 2 in mind, and building this for high activities.
Because I think there was some presentation earlier today as well that mentioned that there are no research reactors operating in the Nordics. Do you know if there's been any discussion between Nordic partners to look at something together, or?
Yes. Maybe you leave have. Okay. I don't have the full overview over the ongoing discussions when it comes to reactors. You have also facilities in Lund, ESS. You have Porchero in Switzerland. You have a lot of facilities in Europe, and they also need to be used. And there has been some discussions in Norway back and forth, but no, I would say, with no substantial outcome of it for the moment being.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you. Our next presentation, or last presentation, is presented by Edvin Edvardsen. He's Business Development, Nuclear Technologies and International Relations at IFE. And his presentation will focus on where do we go from here. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Just try and find my presentation.
Try to find it.
Here we are. Right, I think it's generous to call it a presentation, but I thought we'd just have a moment of reflection now as we're nearing the end of today's workshop. And I actually wanted to try and give the word to you guys as well, just for a minute. If there are any reflections in general about the day and what we've discussed here today, what you've discussed amongst yourselves about this format of workshop, does anyone have a comment? I suppose I could sort of start by saying that I'm very, very happy to see the audiences engage with our speakers in the way some of you have been doing today. This is exactly the kind of meeting place that we're trying to facilitate. A common meeting ground where all of us from the nuclear sector in the country and our good friends from abroad can come and have direct access to this professional network of nuclear professionals in Norway. So yes, I'm very pleased to see the engagement around those things, and especially on cooperation. It's something that I always like to hear. Anyone else have any comments to that? Yes, there's two at once. I'm going to go with Raj first. Please. Oh, there's a microphone coming for you, Raj. Mm-hmm.
It has been a very interesting day, but one thing that we haven't covered today is Nordic collaboration within NKS, NSFS. NKS, Nordisk Kärnsikkerhetsråd, it provides research funding for collaborative projects, and they are always asking each year, at least several of us receive emails from them to send in project proposals. So that is something, those of you who do not know about those organizations, log on to nks.org and nsfs.org. NSFS is more focused on radiation safety or nuclear safety, and NKS has two parts, environmental radioactivity and preparedness. Yep.
Thank you so much, Raj. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, and the reason why we're all meeting now today, so we can raise suggestions like this. There was a comment from Mark from Createch. Oh, it's just for the people online.
It's actually interesting because it's a very similar question. We've obviously, it's couched as Norway, but we've already heard from other areas in the Nordic region. What thought was given to actually having a Nordic nuclear association, and is there links in the capacity building that we should be exploring?
I think Istvan's going to, he can answer that. Mm-hmm.
Just very quickly about these comments. Yeah, actually, NKS was one of those that I mentioned in the beginning, and also Norforsk and so on. We actually reached out to them, and we actually had a concrete idea about the Nordic collaboration. But the discussions were so long that at the end we gave up. But maybe now through this association we can regain a bit of power and just pursue that a little bit, because everyone really wanted. It was a really strong Nordic coalition with a lot of companies, a lot of organizations. I think we should definitely push forward that. And when it comes to the Nordic collaboration, actually at the moment Finnuclear is one of those who are really also pushing for a more stronger Nordic collaboration. They have the Nordic forum that we also participated in, and we definitely share the vision. So we don't want to repeat what they already did, but we definitely want to work in collaboration. And the first step would be a Nordic pavilion on the World Nuclear Exhibition, for instance. But also they have their conference, we have our conference. I think we'll have to join forces. So yeah, a stronger Nordic collaboration is definitely on the way. And here, finally, Norway will also have a front end to meet Finnuclear and all the companies behind it, and also in Sweden to actually realize that Nordic collaboration. So I think we're going to have higher speed on that now.
Thank you. There was a question from the back from Björn Axel as well, Vice President at the Institute.
Well, more a reply on the first question. NKS, NFS, partly the same for Euratom. If you're a Norwegian company, it is not the best business to do, due to how that is supported and funded within the Norwegian community. So one challenge for the beers tonight is perhaps to discuss what kind of constellation, what kinds of projects, where we can do research without being depending on having one sponsor to pay for all the research. It is a troublesome market. A lot of companies invite to give us to come and speak about nuclear, but they don't really want to be the one paying for the projects. That means that we have to think in new ways. So what are the projects where research and industry can work together and fund together those needs that are of tomorrow?
Thank you so much, Björn Axel. Anyone else? No? Okay. Well, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous time to be moving your hands around, sir. It's right. Well, in that case, we've made a little bit of a feedback form, which I'm going to try and make this a bit bigger. We'll circulate this, obviously. But if anyone's really keen and want to get their phones up straight away and fill it out, it doesn't take long. I mean, they always say that, but this one truly does not take long. And just give us a feedback on how you've found the workshop today. Yeah, I think with that, I'm just going to give the word to Reka for the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay, can you hear me? On behalf of the Secretariat, I have the great honor to say a big thank you for all of you participating today, because you strengthened our belief that we can keep Halden as a hub for the international, but also for the Norwegian nuclear research. You heard today that we have a 60+ years legacy in the nuclear safety, security, material science, and fuel. And taking on board the novelty technologies, I think we can make a difference when it comes to the research, basic research, but also applied research, research that is needed by the industry. So I think with that, I would like to thank you again, and I would like to wish for those who are traveling home a safe trip. For those who are joining us tomorrow, a great week ahead. And I would like also to invite you for the small reception that is kicking in half an hour. But last but not least, or least but not last, I don't know how it's, I would also like to thank for the Halden Kommune, for Fredrik and Åsmund, for the support that they've given over the many, many years in the past, really championing our
championing our vision and mission to keep Halden on the map. I'm not Norwegian, but I think we are very proud Haldenians. So thank you, Fredrik.
Thank you very much, Rika. Thank you. Well, it's very simple for me then to go with the closing remarks, because you have done all the work for me, Reka, by saying your speech, so it will be very simple from my side. First of all, I want to thank all of you which has been participating and the excellent presentations we have had here today and the engagement also during the workshop. It's been a pleasure to chair this workshop, and I hope that you will go back home and find that this was fruitful for you and this was good, and this was in a way a good way of working forward in NRA. And we hope also to get your feedbacks, as Edwin said, about what could be better, what are you satisfied with also. So we look forward to your feedback. And as I said, as Reka said, I think during this community we have now, we are ensuring that Norway remains in the forefront of nuclear expertise and innovation, as it's been for 60 years. We have been there for many, many years. And I think this association will make us getting stronger, and together we are getting stronger, and together we can move forward in the right direction. And there is a huge challenge if you look up what is going on decommissioning, what is going on new builds, and there is a need for a lot of the competencies, a lot of the experts in this area. So thank you again for your commitment and enthusiasm, and let's continue to work together and build a bright future for the nuclear community. And we look forward, of course, for our interesting and fruitful cooperation, and I hope to see you on the future events we will have here. So thank you, and as Reka said, safe travels home for the ones that you're going home today, and for the others, we will see you tomorrow. And not least, but at last, the drinks and something small, a little bit to eat is ready now, so we can go to the reception. And please continue your discussions there. So thank you very much again.